Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. Hello, Madria, and by Capricorn. Good to see you guys. Anybody in the bushes, in the trees, anywhere, in Belize, in the sky, on a plane, on a cruise, in the rain, wherever you may be, welcome. Hello, unicorn savages. Greetings. Well, y'all, it's been real crazy with us in this YSL. I mean, it's so crazy, we don't even know how to, we don't know how to respond, we don't know how to react. I want to say to the people in Florida, those that can hear the sound of my voice that may be listening, I hope and pray all is well with you and your family. And for those who cannot, I'm just sending out positive vibrations into the universe on their behalf, hoping and praying that they can recover with the least amount of damages, financially, emotionally, physically, because those things take a toll on you in more than one way. Most people look at the financial, and financial is really devastating, but imagine the, emotional trauma that you have to deal with. And it's a natural act, more or less. Of course, we used to think everything was natural, but you come to find out when people think they're gods and they control everything, it tells us a story. And we have to open our ears and our eyes and our minds to believe that we may question and then investigate it to see if it's a truth or an untruth. We never know. But what's happening with this YSL is just really disheartening as a woman, as a mother. I could not imagine my son being caught up in that type of situation for whatever reason, but it could be. It could happen to me. It could happen to any one of us. And that's one thing that I think we, as Americans, need to really start understanding, understanding, and overstanding that what we are seeing is truly what's happening all over this land. And we need to know, but for the grace, this could be us in that situation. And everybody would love to say how they would handle it and what they would do and what they would say, but we don't really know until we know we're put in that position. So it's not always easy to deal with such devastation, and especially when you see women that look like your mom or your aunt or your cousin, your woman, your wife, your sister, your friend. Most of our images we've seen most of our lives have been of European descent. Those were the images that were displayed on every show on television and the biggest movies. And so we kind of have an identity crisis because of imagery. We are visual people. But then, we cried and we said we wanted people to represent us that looks like us. And when we finally get some people to represent us that looks like us, they use the same old system that has kept us at the bottom. And that is so hurtful. So very hurtful. I'm just happy to be here, I tell you. I think I told everybody that I've been in China and Korea, and I don't know if the person thought that I'd really traveled to those places. I have not. I'm talking about on YouTube. I've been looking at these little love stories that they have. My timeline is full of them, and I love watching them because it really gives you a real depiction of what life is really like for the rich, the filthy rich. They may not even be famous, but they have money. And it shows you a value system that we started, but of course we're so far away from honor and integrity, truth, love, peace, trust, freedom. We're so far away from those principles that were so very dear to our ancestors. And not all, because some of our ancestors was wicked. And that's why we see this today. They were backstabbers. They were dishonest and dishonorable. They were lowlives. And they'll do anything to get ahead of somebody else. You should never compete with another human being. You just shouldn't do it. Unless, of course, you're in a race. But in the game of life, you do yourself a disservice if you don't learn who you are and work out your own potential. Sometimes we don't hear it enough to let us know that we're really appreciated. Hey, that's a target. And we're really thought of. And somebody really believe in us. But I do hope all things, love all. I don't like everybody, but I have a love for the creation of humanity. And I know that everybody comes with baggage. Everybody comes with pain. And until you work out your own salvation, your own pain, then a lot of times people spew that pain onto other people. And then the people that's caught up in pain gravitate to that. And the next thing you have is just a ball of confusion and a whole lot of pain. We see this in YSL. It's so very unfortunate. I'm going to show 3 videos tonight, and I'm not going to be long for real. Astro tell me all the time, Toothless, you said an hour and a half ago you was getting off. And I just have to laugh because he be telling the truth. But I'm going to show some videos because tonight I want to go to Fani Willis and I want to go to her case with Ashley Merchant on the open records. And one of the reasons that that's very interesting to me, because my sister is going through open records right now that the people don't want to give the records that she requested. And they didn't respond in the time limit allotted. Of course, they said they did. And then the weirdest part about it is they had to seek an attorney general's opinion to see if they could release the information that we were requesting. But a beautiful thing happened this weekend when I was doing some research and I was looking up some case law, and up jumped my sister's case on the search engine for all of the cases. And it was just awesome to read the appeal and to see the reversal. That made me feel real good. It really did. We've put in a lot of work, a lot of work on this case. And, you know, however it turned out, we're going to continue to fight until we can't fight anymore. And it's just that simple. It's just that simple. But to see it, I'm going to go over it one day as I do these other cases and read it. It is my hope to get people to reading. And when you're going through something on your job or at home, whatever you're going through at church, I want you to be able to fight back, but I want you to be able to fight intellectually. Because that's how it's won, especially in a public forum. Even though it seems like everybody and everything is against you, trust me, the principles work. People change, facts change, but the principle is always going to remain the same. And that's what we have to remember, the principles in life. That's what's going to take us somewhere. You know, we can easily say that we're this way or we're that way. We can say that. But our actions will tell who and what we really are. How we feel and how we think. You know, there's a saying in the hood, a pair of lips will say anything. And that's true. It's according to what's happening and what the person may need. But there are some of us that no matter what, if we have to lose, we just going to have to take the L. Now, that doesn't mean we're not human and we don't make mistakes. It just means that we make a conscious decision to say, not me. And I stand by not me. And it has gotten me a long way, I tell y'all. It has gotten me a long way. And it has given me the strength that I need sometimes when I just don't feel like it, to get on up and do my show. And I do it for those of you who really appreciate my point of view, because that's all this is my opinion on what's happening in the world today. And we know that it's a lot of craziness that's happening all over. But when you see the atrocities that's going on in Fulton County, when people are going to jail for misdemeanors and being unalived, but do know it's not just happening in Fulton County. We have issues here in Dallas County, and especially with our juvenile system. It's bad, y'all. It's bad everywhere. And we can't save the world, nor can we take on everybody's issues. But you got to have something that prick you to the point that you're willing to fight for it, no matter the cost. You got to have something in life that makes you feel that way. That's what gives you your stick-to-itiveness and the ability to keep going throughout the day when it seems like all odds are against you. Marie, I'm glad you were able to stop by and that you're listening, and I hope you're really getting some rest. And I hope all is well for the family. That is my hope for everybody, really. We go through things and people say, you should be the bigger person and you should do this and you should do that. And then you attempt to do those things and it still yields you zero results. So I say, this is what I do today. To hell with that. Just, if you would be true to yourself and please you, you will please everybody around you. Even if that pleasure comes from not being around you and not communicating. That's pleasurable too. Being a Scorpio, it's real easy for me to be alone. Matter of fact, I like being alone even though I'm a talker. But I learned to talk to myself when there ain't no one to talk to. If I feel like talking. But sometimes there are days when I honestly don't feel like saying a word to anybody. And today I can live in that. And I don't when I don't want to. So many things that we do voluntarily, we think that we really have to do or we should do, but we don't. As long as we're not harming anybody and allowing them to harm us, we're okay. Hi, dinos. That's how you do this. Speak your own race in this YouTube streets, even if you have to crawl at the top. The top. Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. Hi, Roseanne. Good to see you. I appreciate you guys for coming. So, I want to talk about, I want to show first how Fani Willis was so defiant. Hey, babe, how you doing? How are you doing? I hope all is well with you and the family. The defiance of Fani Willis on the witness stand, and it's, spewing over into her subordinates, because we have this guy Dexter Bonds, who I don't know what this person's problem is, but he has just gone berserk in this open record situation. And like I said, the way this man is treating Ashley Merchant and talking to her, that's the way this attorney that represents the district that my sister is having the issue with, that's the way he speaks to her through email. He, refused to talk to her over the phone. He's just like that man. He even called her despicable because we've been in this fight for 7 years. And, everybody thought it would be over with the first judgment, but not so. So it's really something to hear a man speak in the manner in which he speaks under oath, sitting in a courtroom. And just think about it. I don't know if he actually litigated anything, prosecute anyone, but these people are responsible for the prosecution of people's lives. And they're so arrogant and so angry. Is it that they're not getting enough? Or is it like these people in my movies that I look at? It's a lot of the morals to the story is the same thing. It's always going to be a guy and a girl when they were young. Somehow one saved the other's life. Then they gave each other some token to remember the other one by. And when they get grown, they're going to find each other and marry. And so it's always either 10 to 20 years later, they run into each other again. And a lot of times, the women would have had a child out of wedlock, and they frown upon that, real hard. So the family threw her out because everything they do is for the family and making money and keeping the generational wealth. So that's why they have the arranged marriages and they give the dowries so that they can keep whatever family business, because everything they have is a family business. Now the other people, small poor people as they call them, may come to work for their company, but these people who are the main characters always is from the family of whomever, and they have their business, and that's what they're trying to keep together. And you know, you got the good guy and you got the bad guy, the villain. But this girl or the guy, normally it's the girl who the guy is looking for, and she's looking for him, but somebody, is normally her wicked stepsister. Actually, it's not really the stepsister, they're half sisters normally. The wicked half sister, and the father loves they call it illegitimate child better than he does his own daughter, biological, that grew up in the home with him. 9 times out of 10, he's unalived her mother, and then he had the mistress, married her, and her daughter is the greatest thing since sliced pie. And normally the mother is the one who started the business that the father is destroying. And it's really funny how much trauma these people have to go through, y'all. And it's kind of, interesting in the beginning, but after a while, these women suffer so long because everybody mistreat them and slap them upside the head, and it's just really terrible. But what's real about it is, that's real life. This is really real. And a lot of people have to live through these situations. They may not even have the money that these people have, but it'll make you look at things out of a new set of glasses. And so when I look at these people here in what I call politics, and how they mistreat us as their constituents, but they rely on us to get them in that position, and we happily put them there, but we don't hold them accountable for nothing, then who do we blame? Do we blame the crooked politician, or do we blame ourselves for not holding them accountable? And I think, if you recall, when I read in Silent Weapons, The Quiet Wars, it says the people willingly choose these people that they know are no good to fight a fight for them, that they're not willing to fight for themselves. But we're affected by the outcome of the fight, no matter how it goes. So we gotta get better as a people. And I used to say, get the families together, and it would be beautiful if we can do that. Some families don't want to be together, so let them be. Till they be their way, and till you be yours. Hi, Roseanne. I don't know if I spoke to you or not, but I want to acknowledge you. We got to get to the business of whosoever will. Whosoever will change, learn, put in operation anything that's positive, that's good, that's kind, that's humble. And you can be angry, still not. Just don't bother nobody. You can get mad. You don't have to stay there. Feel your feelings and get over it. Go through it, under it, around it. But until you go through it, it's going to always be there. You got to do it for you. You can't do it for anybody else. I call it the you factor. Only you can do it. A lot of people that have issues with alcohol and drugs, and one of the things when they decide, they say they decide, they may not actually make it, but when they say that they want to clean their lives up and change, one of the first things they talk about is wanting to relocate. And so what I always try to encourage people with these words, that no matter where you go, you take you with you. And if you don't deal with you here, I can guarantee you wherever you go, you're not going to deal with you there. What you're going to do is get there, and you may last for a minute or two, but you're going to meet somebody that, that person does what you love to do. And it's on. That's not my way. That's human nature. The nature of the beast. That's what it is. So until we change us, now We can't wait till we get there, because anywhere you go, you take you with you. And so I want to start with Fani so we can just see how utterly ridiculous she looks coming into this courtroom. And I really have an issue, y'all. And anybody that feel like typing, tell me maybe it's just me. But the way these women undergarments look on this television is too perverted, in my opinion. I don't know why they have to wear these, I guess they're the girdles that are kind of like underwear, not like the long ones down the leg, but the ones that cut half your behind. And then they have on two little clothes. They all tight. And that's not seductive, and I don't know that they even trying to go for seductive. I don't know what they're going for, because it seems like they want to kind of dress conservative, but how can you be conservative in your clothes, the skin tight, and everybody can see the print of your behind and the cut in the undergarments? It's just too nasty. That's what I have to call it. Nasty. And I don't know why you would want to look like that knowing that you're on the world stage. I don't get it. And I don't have to get it. I just voice my opinion about it. And I'm grateful to Law and Crime. And I'm going to be looking at, I think, 11 News or something, for the opportunity to use their material as I do with others. And there was a time when I didn't use anybody's material. I just came and talked the whole time. But as life changed, then I have to be able to change with it. And I'm not good with technology, but I try to give you the best that I can give you to help you see the picture from my point of view. And perhaps you see it the same way, and I'm just speaking it out. And if you see it differently, it's okay. I don't have a problem with people disagreeing. I just don't agree to disagree. We just disagree and move on. And that's the way I live life. But I wanted you all to see and remember this craziness. This is a woman who sent educators to prison. Not for stealing the money. No. Not for abusing children. They said for erasures. Erasing answers and changing them. And the majority of them people, I don't know who's guilty or innocent, said they didn't do it. And so I have to take them at their word. And the way that looked when I saw this case and I heard that judge, they didn't even care. They was doomed from the moment they decided to do RICO. And what's so funny about it, in that RICO case, the RICO expert, John Floyd, who bears the same name as her dad, and she hired her dad on the case, said he volunteered his time. But he's the RICO expert. He's the same one that helped bring the RICO charges against the other gang members. I think they said they're the If gang or whatever. I'm not too familiar. And then with YSL and with Donald Trump. And what other RICO she's trying to bring together. But isn't it amazing that he is the RICO specialist, but he's not on the RICO cases? He's been in here only once, I believe, maybe more than once, because I wasn't looking at it at the beginning. But since I've been looking, I recall seeing him once, and that was during the time when Glanville was getting recused. And he came in to argue about the RICO statute that he supposedly has written the book about it. And they got all these people in here talking, but not the RICO expert. And perhaps once he make a sentence or two, that's all he can say. I don't know. But it just seems strange to me. Just like she had Nathan Wade leading the charge on Donald Trump case when you hired the RICO expert. And by the way, You hired him for $100 less than a man who's never gotten a felony conviction. And this is the RICO Expert. Nobody is questioning these things. And one thing about these people, they are so powerful for the simple reason their bosses are the people. And when the people are uneducated or miseducated, then they have no one that they answer to. And they feel invincible, and they feel like they become gods. That's why that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. But you know, it's not all of nothing. So there are going to be some people, no matter how much power they have, they're going to do the right thing. Because that's who they are, and it's the right thing to do. But I want y'all to see how this young lady, just a reminder, I'm going to play a few minutes of it, and I hope we don't start buffering, but I've been having problems with the internet staying hooked, so it's a possibility that we could have a buffering problem. If we have a real bad one, I'm not going to really play too much of the videos, but I want to let y'all, remind y'all of how this woman looked and how she was talking to Miss Merchant. And then this guy, Dexter Bonds, I don't know what this young man's issue is. I don't know what pronouns he go by, but his behavior was absolutely just ridiculous. And I know he cannot. Now, maybe he is proud of himself. He probably saying, I really told her. But I think that he really did to himself and the office of the DA of Fulton County a disservice by disrespecting her from the jump. A hostile witness. He started out hostile. Who starts out hostile? Guilt normally. Shame normally would provoke a hostile response to a question. But when they get downright disrespectful, I seen a quote, and I don't know who did it. I think it was Denzel. Could have been someone else. It says when a person disrespects you, you got to let them go. Ain't no coming back from disrespect, because they don't acknowledge and recognize you as a human. And a lot of people don't even know what disrespect is. A lot of people have expectations. I use it out of the book of Cheryl, that we all fall short of other people's expectations, and sometimes even our own. We really do. I was happy to see Kat back last night. I think it was the first time I caught her in between my movies. Because when I tell you I'm hooked on those movies, I'm hooked on those movies like children are hooked on phonics. I really, really, really enjoy myself laughing and talking to this TV when these people do some of the most stupidest things I've ever seen. But it's very enjoyable, like I said, because there's so many life lessons to be learned, and it's amazing. And I guess that's why they said TikTok only showed their children doing this in their nation, but when they come here, they show us doing this. But that's what we like. So you give the people what they like. But everything everybody knows came from us. We are the Aboriginal peoples of the land. And until we go back and find ourselves, we will forever be lost. Dino said, what I don't understand is why our young women have to underdress to feel beautiful. It's been implanted in their minds that that's what they have to do. See, when you look at the dynamics of the family from the quote-unquote slavery, point of view. Because if you look at a lot of the tribal individuals on the land that they call the motherland, some of those women don't even have tops. And they have just, like and I know this is going to sound Flintstone-ish, but they have like the straw-like skirts. So it's not the fact of not wearing enough clothes. It's the sexuality that is being sold with the not wearing of the clothes. It takes you back to in the beginning. Remember, the story goes, so a lot of that is allegory and parable and, metaphors. It's for learning, actually. And it's an anthropomorphic view. You teach it like you're teaching children so that you can get it. But remember the story of Adam and Eve, and they were in the garden. They didn't have on clothes, but they didn't know supposedly that they were naked until they ate of the forbidden tree. But what gets me, they say that they didn't know nothing and they ate from the tree, and now they're like the gods, so now they've sinned. But then it says, if you go on down in the scripture, my people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. So how can we be one and the same? I don't know, and that's an argument I'm not even willing to have. Today I'm free indeed, and so I don't have those kind of arguments and things. I'm grateful for all of the teaching that I received as a child, but today I know some of those things, I have to put them to the side and keep moving. That's what I've learned to do. But it's a thing, see, if you notice, and Dick Gregory said this, and I don't think anybody say anything that somebody haven't already said or thought of. But whenever I have a famous something line or something, I like to kind of give the person credit for that. Because after all, they did do it. And whenever I do stuff, I do it. That's what that is. But Dick Gregory has this saying, and I'm going to explain and shit, and then I'd lose my whole train of thought. But he said that, see, we were trained to say that we are strong women when everybody else in the world are beautiful women. And we are some of the most beautiful creatures ever created. But it's hard to convince a beautiful person just how beautiful they are, because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So where someone's beauty queen could be somebody else's nightmare. But they are selling the illusion of, and they're selling sexuality. And that's why we have to underdo everything or overdo. We were born with big lips, big hips. Most of us, some of us missed it. But we got women who already are voluptuous in stature and look beautiful. But they'll go and go get a Brazilian butt lift. Why? Because they say it's real good. Men like big behinds. But I'm going to tell you, after a while, you get that so wide aesthetically, you can't clean your behind. And I don't care what they say. They lying if they say they can. Yeah, you can go too far with anything. Your breast, you get them too large. So your body sweat whether you do anything or not. And from dust we came, to dust we're going back. So after so many sweats and you have huge breasts, then your body start eating away at you and it will dirt up. You know how your skin peel. That happens to any human being. And you can take all the baths you want and talk about how clean you are and how cute your furniture smell. because mine has to smell terrible. I don't know where these people get this stuff from, but it is what it is, and I want you to understand that it's sexuality. See, to me, and this is just one woman's opinion, the reason why sex is such a terrible thing, if it's not done in the right, arena, is because that is the feeling, that's the greatest feeling that a human being experience. When you reach the climax, that is utopia. That's like, ooh, man. And that's why a lot of people, the drug addict, chase the drug to get that feeling of that first high. The alcoholic, they chase the drink to give them that feeling of numbness. I'm just here. I don't have to worry about nothing, but you still have life. You still have life. And probably by the time you come down or sober up, you've added another problem to your situation. Chances are great you didn't fix anything. He says our women are the only women that goes, what did he call it? The hairdresser. When everybody else go to the beauty parlor. And we used to call them beauticians. So it's a mindset and it's a training, if you will, Dinos. It's a training, and it's called docility training for animals. Hence, animal husbandry training. It's a military tactic, and that's what we really don't understand, that we're being ran with military precision and strategies. And if we don't know that, again, we stay where we are. We gotta start reading civics, law, and history. We gotta learn this stuff, because that's the only way we're gonna come back to who we are as individuals. I believe in this commercial, the army of one. You may not get 4 or 5 people to work with you, and you may get 4 or 5 people, but 3 of them may betray you, maybe even 1. So you got to learn to become an army of one and have total trust and confidence in yourself. Whether you make it or not, just go for it and do what you can do, the best that you can do it, not compared to anyone, but you. Just become a better you. And some days you may not feel like being better. Don't be. Just be. We haven't had the opportunity to just be. And it's because of hegemony that we call racism, but there's only one race, and that's the human race. So you can call it all kind of things, but what they use is what works. Because see, if I plant something in your head long enough, and especially if it's a slow destruction, because our minds normally are going to think on the things that went wrong before we think on the things that went right. When we have an event, we don't look at and praise the people that showed up. We want to think about and talk about the ones who didn't and why. So it's a lot of misplaced emotions that goes on in our community. That goes with domestic violence. You know, this is October, and it is Domestic Violence Month. That's when they take a whole month to acknowledge individuals that have fallen to domestic violence and that are living through it every day. And it happens to us all. And of course, you know, when I say all, I'm not talking about every single human being, because we know it's not all of nothing. The all I'm talking about, well, the all, there's the all. And who knows the mind of the all, other than we are a part of that. And we ought to be grateful. Some call it God, some call it Jesus, some call it the Holy Spirit, some call it Buddha, some call it Allah. You can call it what you want. I don't have an issue with that today. There was a time when I was a staunch, but I thought born-again Christian. And if it wasn't about Christ, then I couldn't talk to you. I'm so glad that I moved from that phase of life. But we all have to go through what we have to go through. And you know what is said that, you know, they say the Lord meet you where you are. Or you meet the Lord where you are. It's however you want to say that. Whoever and whatever the Lord is for you. And let nobody define nothing for you anymore. We have too many dictionaries and too many books where you can research for real. And you know somebody wrote it down. So that's somebody else's opinion or factual knowledge of an event that took place. But you too can be an author. Amazon got it so easy now. All you have to do is go in there and sign up to Amazon Books. Get on there and just start typing whatever you want to talk about. End it up. They'll pick out the graphics so you can pick them out. It's really that simple today. And you don't have to have no capital. They're going to get a percentage. You're going to get a percentage. All you got to do is have a story to tell. And we all have a story to tell. I promise you we do. But I've talked enough. So I'm going to go to Fani Willis, y'all. And we're going to look at her for a minute or two. And then we're going to look at this horrible, horrible, horrible Dexter bonds. I can't believe the judge allowed him to continue to talk in the manner in which he was speaking. We do understand we have free speech. And we can say pretty much the way we want to, how we want to, according to the tolerance level of the listener. Because that would determine if you get to talking to me like I ain't shit. If you know what I mean. Because some people are not going to allow you to talk to them in that manner. You'll be getting up off the floor and didn't even realize what put you there. But he was just nasty. But with the code of conduct and the professional standards for attorneys, it's just hard to believe that he would be in a courtroom on a public network that's going out nationwide, worldwide, doing what he was doing. But when you see his boss, and then the letter that someone supposedly sent Miss Love, and when you read the response that the boss gave to Love, your behavior is beautiful, girl. You ain't going nowhere. I got you. Lose a job? No. Girl, you gonna be there. Okay. But here we go.
The objection to the motion?
I believe the motion to,
Or does Ms. Willis want to take the lead here?
we'll withdraw the motion to quash Ms. Willis.
Based on the, I'm ready to go.
Okay, so the position of the district attorney at this point is that she's no longer contesting the subpoena. Ms. Merchant has called her as the next witness.
I would ask, I need 3 documents in front of me, and they're the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant.
3 filings.
Does anyone have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant? Does the court have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant?
When you say the filings, you mean like the pleadings?
The pleadings, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I think we could locate those for you in the supplemental.
I want the one filed on January the 8th, the one filed immediately after we filed ours, and the final one.
If you want to take a break to get them, I can make a copy. I think we have one.
All right, we are back on the record. Deputy Scott, if you could swear in our next witness.
I would, and I do apologize. Anna, do me a favor. Put them underneath some of these glasses. After you swear, tell them what it is. You can swear, you can go ahead and swear me, so I don't know what the court. Yes, sir. District Attorney Fani, Fani. Last name is Willis.
Ms. Willis, how did you know to come into the courtroom right then?
There were people, I was pacing in my office.
Okay.
And I heard someone yell, his testimony is done. It only made sense to me that I would be your next witness. And I've been very anxious to have this conversation with you today. So I ran to the courtroom.
So as soon as you heard that Mr. Wade was done testifying, that's when you just assumed you would be the next witness?
It only makes sense.
Did you listen to any of the testimony?
I've been in my office pacing, ma'am.
Okay. Did you listen to any of the arguments?
I did hear the arguments this morning. It's ridiculous to me that you lied on Monday, and yet here we still are. And I did listen to that argument.
All right, so that was it, just the argument, no testimony.
Right, I listened to the argument this morning where Adam Abadi, I thought, did an excellent job pointing out how dishonest you were with the court on Monday. And I'm actually surprised that the hearing continued, but since it did, here I am.
Great. So let's just talk about what you did in preparation for today. Did you meet with Mr. Wade at all? Once the motion was filed, did you meet with Mr. Wade and talk to him about the motion that I filed to disqualify you?
On this first January motion?
Yes.
I don't know if you could say talked about. I probably had some choice words about some of the things that you said that were dishonest within this motion. So I don't know that it was a conversation. As you know, Mr. Wade is a Southern gentleman. Me, not so much.
Okay, but my question was, did you have a conversation with
I
him?
didn't have a substantive conversation.
You did not?
I read this motion, skimmed it more so, and I've probably said some choice things to him about some of the lies they were told.
Okay.
And then printed in the media because, we used to be in a day and time where you had 60 Minutes and people did stories and they verified information, and you had this great reporting. But it seems today that a lawyer writes a lie and then it's printed for all of the world to see.
Well, I just want to make sure that you answer the question I asked, though. So my question was...
I'm going to object. Been asked and
Overruled, Mr. Abadi.
I told you what happened. I read the motion. I am sure I told him what my opinion of it is.
Okay.
And past that, we had no substantive conversation.
You did not? Okay.
Is there something you didn't understand?
No, I just wanted to make sure that
Okay.
you did not have a meeting with him in the conference room to discuss the motion.
Next question,
No.
Ms. Merchant.
So in the conference room of my office within this week,
Now, who would talk to anybody like anything you don't understand? And then the judge is put in a precarious situation. He's running for office again during this time. She's the DA. They understand the politics of it all. He knows them both. But he has to toe the line. And that's really unfortunate. Although he did a good job, I believe, in being as fair and as they are, because this is a system that's rigged. So it's not about the individuals, and that's why you have to remain integral, whoever you are, because there has to be some good somewhere. It has to be. So let's go back to this woman.
produce some financial document. That financial document was given to me some thing, and I'm not even sure who was giving it to him by me or Mr. Abadi gave it to me. And I think he showed me a document in our conference room. But as far as a substantive conversation, I don't believe I've had any conversation with him that is substantive related to this.
Okay.
I have had conversations with him since you filed the motion, but they wouldn't be substantive to this. He sent me very nice sermons that have been done. And so we've had conversations about, did you listen to that sermon? You know, things of that nature. And I would say they were in relationship to this because I think he did it to be kind.
Okay. Let's start back in 2019.
Yep.
So you and Mr. Wade met in October 2019 at a conference?
That is correct.
Okay.
And I think in one of your motions you tried to implicate I slept with him at that conference, which I find to be extremely offensive. I stayed at that conference. Mr. Wade was my teacher. I did not meet him when he taught the class. I was standing outside talking to Lisa Reeves, who is a judge. Me and her were just having a conversation. Mr. Wade walks up. I think they hug each other. They have some brief conversation. She introduces us.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We kind of thought that when you asked the question, you can answer the question, not a speech, so I object to the speech.
I agree,
I was
Judge.
able to explain my answers.
I believe she's able to explain her answer.
And that's,
Ms. Merchant, that's okay. I can handle it. Ms. Willis, I'll ask you just listen to the answer, or excuse me, the question, and keep the answers confined to the question as best you can. I think you'll have more than enough ample opportunity on when the state is
Well,
able
it's
to ask
highly offensive
follow-ups.
when someone lies on you, and it's highly offensive when they try
Judge.
to implicate that you slept with somebody the first day you met with them, and I take exception to it.
All right. Well, Ms. Willis, you'll have the opportunity to explain all of that when it's the state's turn to ask more open-ended questions.
Yeah.
Ms. Merchant.
thank you, Judge. So again, my question was, you all met at that conference though, right?
We did. The
Okay.
meeting, as I stated, he taught the class. I did not actually meet him when he taught the class. I walked out of the class, and I'm not sure if it was that exact class or we had went to lunch, but we were standing in the vestibule, like outside of the class. Me and Judge Reeves were having a conversation. She had worked at a law firm I worked at back in 1996.
We're getting way afar. I mean, I don't mind her explaining her answers, but I literally just asked if they met at that
She's
conference.
explaining how she met Mr. Wade, which was exactly the question asked by Ms. Merchant.
It was-
These answers are more than appropriate.
Ms. Merchant, if you want more concise answers, perhaps you could lead the witness.
I will. Thank you, Judge. Isn't it true that you met Mr. Wade October 2019 at a judges
We
conference?
haven't gotten to the point where Ms. Willis should be treated hostile in this situation.
I think we
And
have.
I'm
Mr.
very much
Everybody.
want to be here, so I'm not a hostile witness. I very much want to be
Not
here.
so much that you're hostile, Ms. Willis, it'd be an adverse witness. Your interests are opposed to Ms. Merchant's.
Thank you.
Merchant's interests are contrary to democracy, Your Honor, not to mine.
All right, let's
Judge,
proceed.
I would just ask that
We can keep things moving. Ms.
Thank
Merchant,
you.
next question,
Thank you.
please.
Okay, so we've confirmed when you met. After that, isn't it true?
No, I need to explain this, and I think I get to explain my answers. When I met him, Judge Reeves introduced us.
She is different than no other defendant on that stand, and there is no way that she would sit up there and get to do all of this extra talking if she wasn't the DA. She doesn't get to explain. Now, if they wanted her to explain, she wouldn't be saying nothing. But I think a lot of the things that she said was very self-incriminating, and she really made herself look like Wilhelmina Poo-Poo. And that's just one woman's opinion.
He handed me his business card. I'm unsure if I handed him my business card, but we exchanged information. He said, if you ever need any help, give me a call. And he walked to the parking lot.
So after that, you started dating shortly thereafter, correct?
A lie. That's one of your lies.
Okay. Do you know Robin Yurdy?
I know her as Robin Bryant. I knew her. So Robin did not go to my college. She went to the college of, I went to Howard University. She went to Morgan State. I met her through some people I knew. In college, we hung out a bit. Not much because she was in Baltimore and I was in Washington, D.C. But we hung out a bit. After college, I lost contact with her. I probably didn't see Robin again until maybe 7 or 8 years ago. a chance meeting here in Atlanta, but we did not have a consistent relationship from when I left college and came to Emory Law School here in Atlanta. But 8 to 10 years ago, just by happenstance, I ran into her.
So
she was in Atlanta.
You have been friends with Robin for 30-something years.
Did you hear my answer, madam?
Yes, and I'm asking if you've been friends with her for 30-something years.
I've known her for 30-something years. We certainly hung out and partied together in college. She was from the D.C. area. She would come home, we partied together. Wasn't close, but she was certainly in the girlfriends that partied together. And then, like I said, I ran into her about 10 years ago in Atlanta, Georgia.
So
But we didn't talk throughout that time period. I didn't see her. I didn't even know where she was. When I ran into her, I was surprised she was in Atlanta. And so, yes, I have known her probably since 1990, 1991, but we have not maintained a consistent relationship that whole time.
for the last 10 years or 5, whatever you'd like to classify it as, have you been friends with her?
I have not spoken to Robin in over a year. I certainly do not consider her a friend now. I think that she, you know, there's a saying, no good deed goes unpunished, and I think that she betrayed our friendship.
So let's narrow it down, the timeline now. So my questions are going to be from the time period of 2019 until she no longer was employed for you, the last time you all talked. So all of my next questions are just focused on that time frame, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Up until she left your office.
Yes, ma'am.
During 2019, you all were friends, correct?
Yes, we knew each other in 2019.
During 2020, you all were friends, correct?
We were friends during that time period.
During 2021, you all were friends, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And such good friends that when you needed a place to stay, you asked her if you could take over her lease.
That's a lie.
You did
That's
not move into her apartment?
I
or her
did, but
condo?
that's not the way you characterize it is wrong.
I asked if you could take over her lease.
I did not ask if I could take over her lease.
Did you move into her apartment?
I moved into her condo in April of 21. The circumstances around that were that Robin met her husband. They wanted to move into another and separate place. She wanted to get rid of her condo. My father was living with me at the house. Because of this case and because of my stance.
Now, I don't know what getting rid of her condo means because she's lying. This lady didn't own the condo. She was renting the condo, leasing the condo. She was not purchasing the condo. And nobody asked her for all of this extra that she's about to go into with her father and all of this other stuff that she's about to tell us. But just listen to the craziness. And if you notice, she kept saying she didn't have a substantive conversation and a substantive. She kept having to say it with every syllable. And who says that when they talking about having a conversation with somebody? All you got to say is you didn't have a meaningful conversation. I mean, all that was flow show for America. And I guess this is the Atlanta DAs. I don't really understand this stuff, but this is all like a real reality show gone bad. For real though. And it's like everybody is just playing their role. And it's sad. But here we go.
On gangs, my life was being threatened regularly. My father urged me to leave our home. At the same time, as luck would have it, Robin wanted to give up her lease because she wanted to move in with this new man she met, who eventually became her husband. And so, as life circumstances worked, my dad was begging me to leave the house. He was afraid for me, afraid for his grandchildren. She wanted someone to take over her lease so that she didn't, have to pay a fee or get abandoned. And so, I don't remember when, but probably March or April of 21, I moved in and take over her lease.
And did you pay her or did you pay the leasing agent?
No, I don't even know who the leasing agent was. I paid her.
You paid her. Did you pay her cash or did you use a card?
There were some times that I would give her cash, but mostly I paid her via Cash App. That would be the most convenient thing. So I would not only give her her rent, but then like when the utilities would come in, whatever the utility was, she might be like, I need $70, I need $100, whatever it was. And we never had a problem with money. Whatever she told me it was, I never asked to see a bill. I never questioned her. I just gave it to her.
What percentage would you say you paid cash versus cash out?
Oh, the vast majority was cash app. I don't know what percentage, I'm not gonna guess that, but the vast majority was cash app. But there would be times she would say, you know, this bill came in at $70, here goes $70.
Did you have a monthly rent amount that you paid her?
I can't remember, it was $1,400, $1,500, I can't remember what it was. And it would vary, which I don't understand to this day, but like I said, I never questioned her.
When did you move
Whatever
out?
she said it was, that's what I paid.
When did you
I
move out?
abruptly moved out in February, either late January or early February of 22.
Of 22.
Yes,
February
ma'am.
2022, is that what you said?
January, February of
Jan-
22. I believe it is January, but I paid her half the rent of February of 22 is what I remember. And because I was offering to pay the whole rent, even though I didn't live there, I didn't think it was right. And I ended up just paying her half the rent.
So that's after you moved out. You said you
ma'am.
paid her half of that. Okay. And the time that you said you had to move out of your house because you were scared, did your dad stay there at your house?
My father was concerned. Yes, we were both concerned.
Okay. But he remained there.
My father was 80 years old. He would have been 79. He was scared to death of COVID. You have to go back to when older man. I wanted him to move out. We had some discussions about him moving out, and what he decided was the risk of COVID dangerous than the risk of the people that were threatening. Typical man, more worried about his daughter and his grandchildren than his own safety. You'll get to meet him and you'll understand he doesn't scare too easily.
So your grandkids, or his grandkids, were living at the house as well at that time?
Well, I don't know how old your children are, but when you have adult children, they leave and they come back. They leave and they come back. So there have been periods of time that they're there, they come, they do whatever they want to do. Children do what children do.
Now, the daddy let her tell it they're so afraid of COVID, but the children running out in the streets of COVID, doing what they do, how they do, when they do, whatever they do. But this is just, really, all of this is really, y'all, unbelievable. This is really unbelievable.
As long as their mother has a house, they'll come to it. Unfortunately, now the threats because of this case have gotten so extreme. I just pay a mortgage and no one lives there.
And that's what I was going to ask you. So when you moved out in, I think you said April 2021, you left your dad and your two kids at the house?
My dad and my two kids were not at the house.
They were not. Okay, so they didn't still live at your house.
My youngest daughter certainly did not live there.
Okay.
My oldest daughter would come back and forth. I can't say month for month when she was there or when she was not there. I know that she has been there post me moving out. At this time, no one is at my house.
Okay. So at some point after you moved out for the safety reasons, at least one of your children did come
Ms.
back
Merchant,
to
can we get to either the relationship or the
Sure.
financial benefit?
Yes. So let's see, we were back at 2021. So you were still friends with Miss Yeardy then. Were you also friends with Mr. Bradley?
I've never been friends with Mr. Bradley.
You've never been friends with Mr. Bradley?
No, I don't consider us to be friends. I don't dislike Mr. Bradley, but I don't consider us to be friends.
Is he someone that you would have in your phone and you would message with?
I might have text messaged him.
Okay. Would you text message him and Mr. Wade on the same conversations?
I don't recall doing that, but if it happened, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, so that wouldn't surprise you, the three of you. Okay. How frequently would you think that the three of you would have texted
Not
in a
very.
group chat?
I wouldn't think very often, but you're asking me to recall. I don't even know what time period you're asking me to recall, but I'm not going to speak to that because I just really don't know the answer to that. And so I don't want to speculate as to how often that would happen. But it's not out of my practice to text two people on one text message. So if you told me that happened and showed it to me, it wouldn't surprise me, although I have no recollection of it.
But there would be some record of it in your phone, or the phone records would have some record of those texts.
Perhaps.
Talk about, you said that sometimes you paid Miss Yurdy cash.
I don't
When
think
you
I-
went,
I'm sorry.
when you went on vacation with Mr. Wade, let's just go one by one. Let's start with the first one. What's the first time you went on vacation with Mr. Wade?
I think the first time we went on vacation was around April of 22, and it's a vacation is a stretch, but I'm trying to be comprehensive. I recall April of 22. His birthday is March the 18th, so that would have been his 49th birthday. I took him to like Tennessee for the day. I think we went to a museum. I think we might have stayed the night. I'm not sure, but I mean, Tennessee's kind of hard to call a vacation, but I just am trying to be inclusive. And it, like I said, I know it wasn't more than a day.
So you didn't spend the night?
I think that we did. That's what I'm telling you. I think that there's a possibility that we stayed that night in April of 22.
Who paid for the hotel?
I think I did. It was his birthday.
And would you have used a credit card?
Probably maybe a debit.
And when did you start dating?
When I started dating Mr. Wade, it was right around then.
April 2022?
22, yes.
2022.
It was around then. I don't know, like, it's not like when you're in grade school and you send a little letter and it says, will you be my girlfriend, and you check it. I don't know the day that we started seeing each other, but it was early 22 is my recollection.
Okay, early 22. And you all went to Florida on vacation as well?
I don't recall going to Florida on vacation with him.
You never went to Florida with Mr. Wade?
When we went to get on the cruise ship, we went to Miami.
Okay, that's the only time that you went to Florida with him?
I think we went to Miami and spent the night. That's my recollection.
Okay.
I think we spent one night so that we wouldn't miss the ship. That's my recollection of our
Who paid for that hotel?
In Miami? I don't remember that.
And how'd you get to Miami?
We would have flown. And we've done that, so that I'm clear, we've done that twice. I think one time we stayed, and I honestly can't tell you, did we stay when the ship left or did we stay when the ship came back? I also can't tell you, so there's 2 cruises out of Miami. There's one that's in that October time period that was with his mom. And then there was another that was a New Year's Eve trip. I know I paid for the New Year's Eve trip because the tickets were $697 each. And I thought this is ridiculous that the tickets are $700 to go to Miami. But when you travel during New Year's Eve, they get you.
So let's just back up and talk about the first time that you went to Florida with Mr. Wade. That was the time that you said you stayed in Miami at the hotel the first night?
That's the time I told you I am not sure. So I'm not sure of 2 things. So I want to make sure that my testimony is clear. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the October trip. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the December trip. I just can't remember that. And I also don't remember, so that the record is clear, I don't remember if the necessity was as we got on the ship or we got off the ship. But I do remember there was a night spent in Miami because either whatever. I don't remember. But I think that there was a night spent in Miami.
That cruise is the one that you took in October, right?
Ma'am, if you have something to refresh my recollection, I'm intentionally.
And I guess they teach their witnesses to say the same stuff. But she's not recalling, she just don't remember. And if you have something that could help me recollect what happened to me, certain things she remembered oh so well, like how upset mom was that she didn't get to go with them on the trip. Who needed to hear that? And he's a married man. Who even wanted to hear his mom was on the trip with them? Makes her sound like a horrible mother-in-law. But, I ain't the one to gossip and you didn't get it from me, but strange fruit. Let's keep going.
Trying to not be difficult with you, but I don't want to make up something.
Right.
I know that on one of those 2 trips, we stayed in Miami. I am not sure right now. You're asking me about.
Oh, I'm sorry, you misunderstood. I was not asking you which night you stayed in Miami. I'm asking if you took a cruise in October 2022 with Mr. Wade.
Yes, and his mom.
And his mother, that's what I was asking.
Yes.
Is that the first time you met his mother?
Yes.
It was on that cruise, and that was Royal Caribbean, I believe?
I honestly don't remember what ship. I know we've taken 2 cruises. I don't know what the ships were.
But he paid for the flight and the cruise on Royal Caribbean that time.
So yes, he paid. He is the original one that does it. He has something called, Mr. Wade is a world traveler. I'm not as versed as him. He's been to 6 of the 7 continents. And so he has both a personal travel agent and he also has a cruise travel agent. I don't know anything about either of those kind of travel agents. So he is the one that would book the travel, but we need to be clear when we're talking about just because he booked it doesn't mean, like, I don't consider him having taken me anyplace. Let me just be honest. The only point that's ever taken somebody someplace is for his 50th birthday. I consider that I took him to Belize. And I took him to Belize because, I don't want to discuss his personal business, but I'm happy Mr. Wade is still here with us. And I did 50 big, very big.
So still on that October Royal Caribbean cruise, even though he had a travel agent. I'm sorry?
If you do me a favor, I don't know what cruise ship, what time. So if you'll help me and say October cruise with Mama or the New Year's Eve trip with his sisters, I'll be able to, we can communicate. I just don't know what ship.
October cruise with Mama. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He paid for the cruise and the flights for that trip.
So he called his cruise agent and he booked that through them because he has a cruise agent.
Right.
He also has a regular agent. I don't know the cruise agent's name.
So I wasn't asking about his travel agent. I was just asking if he paid for those.
He did not, though.
Okay.
Because the reason I consider that he did not is I gave him his money back.
And I was about to ask that. But initially, he paid for that.
Yeah, he called his cruise agent. Like, I think they have his card on record. They do whatever.
Okay. So initially, he paid for the cruise and the flight to Miami and the Royal Caribbean cruise.
And my understanding of that October cruise is like it was a package the lady did for him.
Okay. And I'll get to the reimbursements and all that. I'm just trying to confirm he paid for the flight and the cruise in October.
And I think that when you say things that way, I want this record to be
Initially.
abundantly clear that he calls his travel agent, he calls his cruise agent. They do whatever he tells them. He's like on a first name basis with these people. They do it, and then he tells me how much it is, and I give him the money back. I don't, just like you're asking me about the money with Robin, I don't do my friends like that. So if you tell me it's a G, then you're going to get $1,000. Whatever it is, I didn't ever make him produce receipts to me. Whatever he told me it was, I gave him his money back.
Isn't it true that he paid for the cruise and the flight on his credit card? I'm not asking about reimbursement or after. He used his credit card to buy the cruise and buy the flight, correct?
I have no idea how he paid for it,
Okay.
if it's a credit card, if it's a debit card, but certainly he called his cruise agent. You know, like how many people have a cruise agent? He calls his cruise agent, tells them where they want to go. They tell him what's booked. And you have to remember, he paid for, that initial was me, him, and his mother.
And then after that cruise, you all flew to Aruba and spent a couple days in a hotel there, correct?
Right, and his mother was not happy
He
that we left her
initially paid
behind.
for that. He initially paid for that.
For Aruba, yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about both of those. I know he initially paid for it. Did you pay him back?
For the cruise and for Aruba, yeah, I gave him his money before we ever went on that trip.
You gave him cash before you ever went on the trip? Mm-hmm. Okay. And so when you got cash to pay him back on these trips, would you go to the ATM?
No, lady,
You would not go to the ATM.
no.
Okay. So Fulton County pays you direct deposit, I assume?
Yes, Fulton
Okay.
County and the state of Georgia both pay me direct deposits.
Okay. So the cash that you would pay him, you wouldn't get it out of the bank.
I have money in my house.
You have money in your house. So it was just money that was there.
When you meet my father, he's going to tell you as a woman, you should always have, which I don't have, so let's don't tell him that. You should have at least 6 months in cash at your house at all times. Now, I don't know why this old black man feels like that, but he does. When we were growing up, my daddy had 3 safes in the house. So my father's bought me a lockbox, and I always keep cash in the house. Now, I don't do it to the degree that my father would do it, so he would probably be ashamed with me, but I always have cash at the house. That has been, I don't know, all my life. If you're a woman and you go on a date with a man, you better have $200 in your pocket. So if that man acts up, you can go where you want to go. So I keep cash in my house, and I don't keep cash as good in my purse like I used to, 'cause I don't go on many dates. But when you go on a date, you should have cash in your pocket.
So my question was, where did that cash originally come from? If it
I had
didn't come out of the bank?
Cash is fungible. I've had cash for years in my house. So for me to tell you the source of when it comes from, when you go to Publix and you buy something, you get $50, you throw it in there. It's been my whole life. When I took out a large amount of money on my first campaign, I kept some of the cash of that. Like, to tell you I just have cash in my house, I don't have as much today as I would normally have, but I'm building back up now. So you just put money in. It's a very good practice. I would advise it to all women.
So you can't identify when you came into this cash or where the cash came from?
I didn't say I couldn't identify it. No, nobody gives me anything. I am sure that the source of the money is always the work, sweat, and tears of me. What you asked me for is, when did the money go in there? What I am trying to tell you is, so I got divorced in 2005 from my husband. No, it's important. You said, where did the money come from? And I need to tell you where the money came from. And so for many, many years, I have kept money in my house. That money in my worst days has probably only been $500 or $1,000. At my best days, I probably had $15,000 in my house at cash. At all times, there's going to be cash in my house or wherever I'm laying my head.
The money that you paid Mr. Wade, the cash, in October of 2022, you do not know where that money came from.
I do know where it came from. It came from my sweat and tears.
You know which job it came from. Did it come from Fulton County or did it come from a private job?
It came from, what are you talking about? So it could have come from a private job, because before I was DA, I was in private practice. So I earned money during that time period that's probably in there.
You don't know
it could have, what do you mean I don't know where it came from? I
understand the situation. We can move on.
Okay, thanks. Same with Aruba. You don't know where that cash came from either, right?
Ma'am, you are mischaracterizing my testimony greatly. I'm not going to allow you to mischaracterize my testimony. I know that I keep money in my house. The amounts of money I gave Mr. Wade, it was never that serious. I don't think I've ever handed him more than $2,500 in a reimbursement. So we're not talking about $20,000 in cash. I don't have $20,000 in cash right now. The most I ever gave him, I know I gave him $2,500 when we went to Belize, because we went to one hotel and then we went to a second hotel. That $2,500 I actually gave him while we were still in Belize. I know that the Aruba trip, the one that you described with his mom, I think I gave him about $2,000 for that trip, for like total.
His mom went to Aruba with you?
The Aruba trip. So I consider that to be one trip. So we got off of a cruise ship and then we went to Aruba, which is why I cannot remember, is that the time that we had to stay in Miami to wait for the flight for Aruba. So I consider that one trip, that we didn't like come back to Atlanta and leave. We flew down to Miami. We got on a cruise ship. We spent a couple of days with his mama. We came back to Miami. When we came back to Miami, either that day or the next day, we flew to Aruba. We spent a few days in Aruba and we came back. That was really one trip. Even though we went two places, it was one trip.
So let's talk about the California trip.
Napa.
Is that when you were moving your daughter out to California? When you all went, or did you have two trips to California?
My daughter doesn't live in California.
Did she ever live in California?
I'm not discussing to you the location of my child.
So how many times did you go with Mr. Wade to California?
Once.
And you all stayed in Napa Valley and he paid for the plane tickets and the hotel?
He paid for the plane tickets and the hotel.
And what did you pay for on that trip?
I gave him much less cash that time, probably $400 or $500, and then I paid for a bunch of stuff. I think we did 2 different wine tours that you do, which are pretty expensive. I think I bought him, he likes wine. I don't really like wine, to be honest with you. I like Grey Goose. I bought him a bottle of wine while we were there, and the sippings that you do. I can't remember how many, like 4 or 5 different places you go. I remember we went to this place that they do pairings. That was the most expensive thing that I think that we did while we were there. So they would pair, champagne, chocolate, and caviar. It was a 3, and it was like 3 different things: Sweden, Russia, someplace else. I'll make that up. But that was the most expensive thing we did that trip, and I paid for that.
You pay cash?
For us doing that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that trip did not cost me a lot of money. I might have took like $750 in cash on me because we weren't gone very long.
I'd only asked if you paid in cash. I don't need to know the amounts.
When I travel, I always take cash.
And is the cash that you keep in your house, or do you keep it at the condo that you were living in?
So at that point, it wouldn't be at my house, and I'm sorry if I was not clear. The money would be wherever I laid my head. So I wouldn't leave the money at the house. So if I was unclear, no, money's going to be where I stay.
How much did you pay for your trip to Panama?
To where?
Panama, I believe.
I didn't go to Panama.
I may have the location wrong.
I never went to Panama.
So
Mr. Wade went to Panama with his frat brother.
Oh, he went to Panama with his frat brothers. So tell me about, let's see. So I want to make sure I've got them. I've got Belize. You already covered Belize. You covered the...
So let me tell you our real trips. In October, we went on the cruise with his mom. We got back from the cruise with his mom and we went to Aruba. I consider that one trip. Second trip, New Year's Eve, we went on a cruise to the Bahamas. That's the second trip. I want to make sure I get this right. Third trip, 100% on me. I think he might have spent $200 on that entire trip. We went to Belize. That was my trip. That was, his 50th. And then Napa Valley, we went around May. I don't know the dates, but it seems to me like it was close to Mother's Day.
And those are the only trips?
So that the record is complete, I can remember one time driving to, where were we? South Carolina, and we met my sister for lunch with her man.
When was that?
I don't know, but we didn't stay the night there. But I guess people would consider that a trip if you drive somewhere and you come back. That was insane because it was like 5 hours to drive. We ate lunch and we drove right back. I can remember driving to some little town in Georgia. I don't even know where I was. I had never been there before or after. There's some boat you can get on over to, and there's like a slave thing, if that gives anyone any reference. We didn't do that. I remember doing that. I remember driving one time to Charlotte. We had lunch with one of my very close girlfriends, and again, we drove to Charlotte, met my girlfriend for lunch, and drove right back. So that's a trip. We didn't stay the night there, but I just want to be complete in my testimony. We drove someplace, had lunch, drove back.
In just a moment, she ought to say something fly so that we can get out of here. Because I want to listen to a little bit more of her before we go to him. Our concentration will be Dexter. Hold on.
I don't remember another driving someplace distant for lunch and coming back to Charlotte to see a girlfriend, to meet my sister in South Carolina. We went by ourselves when I told you about that remote place in Georgia. We could have driven someplace else and had lunch and came back, but that's all that comes to my recollection right now. There could have been another place we drove and had lunch. My security team was very clear to me. I'm not to be out and about in Atlanta without them. And so for me to do something just very normal that a normal person would get to do if they weren't prosecuting this case, I got to drive 4 hours to do it.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Your security detail, did they take you to and from your house?
So I haven't been able to enjoy my home.
Condo, I'm sorry.
Since March of...
Where you lay your head? Did they take you to and from where you lay your head?
99% of the time.
Would they take Mr. Wade to and from wherever you laid your head?
That has never in the history of ever happened, ever, okay?
Your security team has never taken him?
From my house? That's a lie.
That's another. If they've ever taken him anywhere.
And I'm telling you that that's never happened.
So your security team has never taken Mr. Wade
My security team has never taken Mr. Wade from any place where I have lived and brought him here. Never. Not once. Not ever.
Have they ever taken the two of you together?
To where?
Anywhere.
Well, we've left this building and for gone to lunch, but I go to lunch so rarely that that is a very rare occasion. I am sure, and let me be clear, it wouldn't just be Mr. Wade. So I'm sure my security team has taken me to lunch. Probably been a time I've left here 7 o'clock, gone to get something to eat, and I don't even know that they would have taken him or if he would have driven himself, but they've taken me to do that. But we're talking very few, very far in between. Most days I don't even eat lunch, and when I do, it's because my assistant has heated up some bag, something, and I eat through meetings and eat in my office. It's not a practice of mine to go to lunch.
During the time period that you were dating, would your security team ever take you two together anywhere?
No.
Never.
If there was a lunch that occurred that I just described, if there was a meal that occurred that I just described, anything outside of that, and it needs to be very clear, not often, once, twice, because I want to be over-inclusive, I'm saying once or twice. I'm not certain that it happened, but I'd rather be over-inclusive with you.
So your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken with Mr. Wade.
And, well, no, look. I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
So my question was, do you have any
I
problem?
object to getting any personal records of mine.
We're not dealing with privilege through a witness.
And I'm not, no, I'm not dealing with privilege. What we had offered to put them in camera for the court to review, and I just want to know if she has any
That's not something
problem.
you deal with a witness.
Okay, you have to file as part of your job something called an income and financial disclosure report, correct?
That's correct.
And you filed your first one, so you filed 2 to date, is that right?
Is it 2 or 3? I probably would have filed 21, 22, and maybe I haven't filed 23 yet, because isn't it due like June of the next year?
April, I believe. So you filed, let's see, you filed your first one, it looks like April 15th, 2022, and your second one, April 17th, 2023. Does that sound familiar?
That I don't remember the dates, but you're an officer of the court. I'm gonna hope you're telling the truth now.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I already gave the state a copy. Exhibit 20 and 21. If you take a look at those. They're part of the certified records.
Can somebody bring me some? Yeah. Dies again.
She needs some water for that lion throat of hers. It's drying up. It just doesn't make sense. I just want her to say 1 or 2 of her little, like, that's a lie or whatever before we go. It's taking her a little long. I'm going to give her a couple of more minutes and then we're going to have to say bye-bye. I put all the links in the description. But we really need to be reminded of this so that we can see the level of evil and wickedness that's going on in Fulton County. You know, it's just really so sad.
Getting a little old. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
those are the ones that you filed.
This looks like me for sure. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, we'd move to admit 20 and 21.
I think you need to delineate which one's which
20
one's which.
is 2021, so it accounts for the time period, Your Honor, January the 1st, 21 through December the 31st, 2021. That is Defendant's Exhibit 20. Defendant's Exhibit 2021, it accounts for the time period, January the 1st, 2022 through December the 1st of 2022.
All right. Any objection to exhibits 20 and 21
Nope.
No,
Sorry.
from other counsel? Admitted without objection.
Yeah. When did your personal relationship with Mr. Wade end?
Our personal relationship ended in this year. So let's be very clear so that we don't mix words. I don't want to mix words in here. Mr. Wade is my friend right now. Mr. Wade, I would say, has been my friend since 2020. I think he started out as like a mentor and a professional colleague. He became my friend and somebody that I really respected. I feel very indebted to Mr. Wade for taking on the task of this job. And he is certainly my friend and one of the people that I respect the most. So if you ask about a personal relationship, I consider myself to have a personal relationship right now, Mr. Wade. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Anna Cross. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Mr. Abadi. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Andrew Evans.
Okay, let me just
And so
clarify that
I
before we
have a
go.
personal relationship with him as we speak right now.
A romantic
I don't think that's what you're asking. I think that's what
Romantic
you're asking.
relationship. When did your romantic relationship?
This all that should have been stricken from the record because she wasn't screwing all those people that she named. And she wasn't personal friends with all those people. She knew all of those people, however she knew them. But this game that she's playing is so disrespectful, and I just don't see how people, especially women, say that this woman is a champion for women. What type of woman is she a champion for? She does not exude femininity. And I don't know her attitude, like she's a gangbanger. She really acts like she's a gangbanger, like she's banging. And she's doing it in our face. All of them seem so intimidating and, just ugly. Their disposition, because remember, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Your actions tell who you are. And these people here are some horrible people. And again, when I visit Korea and China, it goes to show it's all about that money, 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 money. That's not money. Money.
With Mr. Wade end?
My-
Did it end?
Me and Mr. Wade, we are good friends. My respect for him has grown over these 7 weeks of attacks. We are very good friends. I think, but for these attacks, it would have been a friendship that, as life goes, he would have stopped having. I think that you have cemented that we'll be friends till the day we die.
Let's.
Could we just have an answer to the question?
I can handle Mr. Seda. Let's have
She
it.
asked about a personal relationship.
She asked when the romantic relationship ended. That's the question.
Sometime in, I'd say late summer of 2023. So I don't believe me in, this is what you're really asking about. This is the salaciousness of all of this, right?
No, I'm just
when
asking
you're
about your
re-
romantic relationship, when you stopped dating. Asking.
I think that me and Mr. Wade, so he's a man, he probably would say June or July. I would say we had a tough conversation in August. And so that men in relationships at the end of physical intimacy.
And I know that we know that salacious is a word, but I swear to y'all, I've never heard salacious used in the 65 years of my life as many times as I've heard throughout the trials that she's involved in. Her other DAs, assistant DAs, love to use that word. And I'm not saying people don't use it. It's just not nothing I would have a conversation and have a need to use. But it's just amazing to me how you hear it so much in these transcripts of theirs.
Women in relationships when that tough conversation takes place.
And when did he come to, I guess, the condo? I'm not sure what you called it, condo apartment. Would he come and stay at that condo or visit you there? I'm sorry, visit you there.
What condo, what apartment? I want to be clear.
So not your house. I know you classified one as house and one as condo, so I'm trying to use those terms.
So but there's been more. See, what you don't understand is because of this case, I got to move. And so I
Ms.
need
Merchant, if you
to.
could ask a more precise
Yes,
question.
please give me the time period. that we're
Mr.
talking
Wade visited you at the place you laid your head.
about. When?
Has he ever visited you at the place you laid your head?
So let's be clear, because you lied in this. Let me tell you which one you lied in. Right here, I think he lied right here.
Your Honor, I'm gonna-
No. This is the truth.
Judge,
And
this
it is a lie. It
We're
is
gonna-
a
all
lie.
right, Ms. Willis?
Characterization.
Mr. Sano, thank you. We're going to take 5 minutes. Be back in 5.
Thank you, Judge. How often did Mr. Wade visit you at a place where you were living between 2019 and 2021?
So you want to start with the lie that he lived with me in South Fulton in 2019, a home he's never been to? That's one lie you told in your
Judge,
document.
I-
No,
Judge, I didn't ask her about that.
Ms. Merchant, I want you to ask a very precise question. I think she's saying and answering that he did not live with her. So why don't we break that up into smaller
Ever.
parts?
I didn't ask about living.
But you put in your, while we're talking about professionalism, she put in 3 different documents
Don't
he
you
lived
have
with me
full opportunity to respond?
In
and filed
2000
that with the court.
in
professionally.
2019,
He's never been to.
Now, they don't think that that type of behavior is contemptuous and defiant, talking to the court in that manner.
South Fulton. In 2019, I lived in South Fulton. He has never been to my residence in 2019, ever, not once.
in
2020?
2019, he's never been to your residence, any place.
I lived in my home in South Fulton before I started getting the threats that were here, a house I paid for with my own sweat and tears. I'm no longer able to live there. But in 2019, I did. And in the 2 months of 2019 that I knew Mr. Wade, 3 months, the beginning of October, all of November, and all of December, Mr. Wade never came to my house in South Fulton. Let me help you out. I lived there in 2020. He never came to my house in 2020, let alone live with me, as you put falsely in these documents. In the first 3 months of 2021, when I could still enjoy my home, Mr. Wade never came to South Fulton, and it is certainly a lie that he lived with me.
So in 2020, so you said 2019, 2020, did Mr. Wade ever visit you at a place that you
He
resided?
has never been to my home in South Fulton. 2020 was before I knew that a phone call was going to be made and I was going to have to abandon my home. As a result thereof, he never visited, lived at, came to, or has seen South Fulton.
You qualified that with your home in South Fulton. I'm
That's where I
asking,
lived in 2020.
2020, did he ever visit you at a place that you resided?
Okay. I don't understand. You're going to give me guys. In 2020, I
she's-
lived in South Fulton.
Okay.
That's the only place I lived in South Fulton. That's before I had to abandon my home, Judge.
All right.
And at my
Well,
home
I
in
think we're gonna
South
clarify
Fulton,
this. We'll break it
he never came there, okay? So if you don't come someplace, you can't live there.
Ms. Willis, I'm going to have to caution you. This is going to be my first time out to caution you. We have to listen to the questions as asked. And if this happens again and again, I'm going to have no choice but to strike your testimony. So we need to break this down. Ms. Merchant's question, I believe, was asking whether you lived anywhere other than South Fulton.
I did not live anywhere but South Fulton, Georgia in 2020. That is before I began my prosecution of this case, and it was my plan to only live there.
Did Mr. Wade
You notice she didn't say that was before I even became DA. She said it was before the prosecution of this case, which implies to me that she went into that race strictly to bring this case. Reminds me of old Barack Obama, that is.
ever visit you at the condo that you leased from Miss Yurdi?
He visited that condo, yes.
He did.
Yes.
Did he ever spend the night at that condo?
No.
Just visited.
Yeah, but he did visit for sure.
Did you ever go out to eat together, other than the lunches you talked about?
In
During
2020?
2019 or 2020?
I would think that we probably went to lunch, but it wouldn't have been, let me think, 2019. I'm going to say, I don't know, I'm going to say we probably broke bread someplace in 2019. I don't remember it, but it seems like we would have broke bread sometime in 2019. So I'm going to say yes, although I have no recollection. But it seems to me like I go out to eat and drink with pretty much everyone, so I'm going to say yes.
So outside of the vacations that we've already talked about, did you ever go out to dinner with Mr. Wade?
I mentioned to you that
I'm going to object as to what time period. Like, we're asking very vague questions. I thought we were treating the witness as hostile under 611. We're no longer doing that. So we're going to go back and forth. We need to be more specific with our questions if we're going to treat her as hostile.
All right, Ms. Merchant, it's not so much. I think you can elect between leading and open-ended questions, but I think we are still wondering about, and I think we need to get back on track of focusing on the financial benefit or the relationship.
And my next question about if you did go out to dinner, who paid when you went out to dinner?
he paid, I paid.
You both paid.
Okay, so let me be real clear. We didn't say, oh, the bill is $102. You give $51, I'll give $51. I don't operate like that with my girlfriends. I don't operate like that with anyone. He caught the bill, I caught the bill. Whomever.
Did you ever pay him through Cash App?
No.
You only ever paid him through cash?
What? Yes. We're talking about, I'm very confused
You've
now.
never
Like,
given Mr. Wade money through Cash App.
No.
The only money you've ever given him outside of a contract is cash.
I didn't give him money in a contract, so that was cute, but I didn't give him money outside in a contract. What happened? No, we're gonna answer it since you said it. He worked more hours than he was paid, and the county paid him for the work that he did. So don't be cute with me and then think that you're not gonna get an answer.
And I will ask you about the contract in a minute. I asked you about cash. Did you ever pay him anything? And I'm trying to qualify my questions. I'm not talking about the contract with Fulton County that was paid. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about outside of that. Did you ever pay him anything other than cash?
I've only given him cash a few times in the course of what we're talking about.
So you've never used your credit card?
Let her finish her answers.
If we would go to dinner, I wouldn't give him cash because he paid for dinner or I paid for dinner. I've given him cash only a few times in life, probably 4.
Okay.
Probably the most money I've ever handed him is $2,500. The least amount of money I've handed him, probably between $500 and $1,000.
You never wrote him a check?
Ma'am, I don't have checks.
Okay. So you have no proof of any reimbursement for any of these things because it was all cash, right?
The testimony of one witness is enough to prove a fact.
So my
Are you
question was,
telling
do
me
you
that
have
I'm
any
lying to you?
proof?
Is that what you're intimating right here?
I'm asking if you have any proof that you paid him any of these
The
monies.
proof is what I just told you.
You have no written proof. Is that correct?
So I have some, probably some transactions like in Belize. I probably spent $500 on my card in Belize. I spent I can't remember, $900 on each of our tickets to go to Belize. I did the $700. I probably got some minor expenses in Aruba that would be on a card. But for the most part, for those trips, other than, so the 2 cruises, I gave him money for those before we ever left. Because they were pre-booked. Let me answer.
Well, the question was if you had any written proof. And so
So I've answered you that I've had written
we
proof.
can move
for
to the next question. If you've answered if you had any written proof, and that was my question.
I want to make sure that we're clear that for the 2 cruises,
Judge,
and that's
I
the
asked if
cruise
she gave
plus
him written
Aruba.
proof.
We're not going to talk over each other. Ms. Merchant, she answered your question, so we can ask the next question. Ms. Willis and Ms. Cross will have plenty of opportunities to let you clarify your answers when it's her turn.
Thank you, Judge. Knowing your role as district attorney, you know that public funds are scrutinized and money is scrutinized and things like that. You
And I've
understand.
never, I'm sorry, go
You
ahead.
understand you're under a microscope. You have reporting requirements, all of those types of things. You have no record other than your testimony of the money that you've given Mr. Wade.
You've already asked that question. Let's keep going.
When you took office, you had a tax lien of $4,600. Did you pay that with cash when you made that tax lien whole?
I probably paid through, however you pay.
Okay. So, but you were saying that you had amounts of cash. You still had that lien in 2022 when you were dating Wade and going on these trips. So the cash that you gave him, that could have been used to pay the tax lien off?
You gonna tell me how to pay my
I'm going to
bills?
object. This is not relevant as it relates to why we're here today.
Mr. Merchant, are you trying to establish that she was insolvent in some way?
I definitely was trying to establish that she did not have these mass amounts of cash that she's talking about, yes.
All right. Re-ask the question.
You had a tax lien in 2022, $4,600.
If you say I did,
And you did not use this cash that you had to reimburse Mr. Wade to pay that off, correct?
no.
Okay.
I went shopping too and I didn't pay it off.
I think the record reflects that she did. It's not about what she says.
And you talked about, you gave a lot of interviews to some authors and a book called Fani Willis, right?
I would not characterize it as a lot. I probably have spoken to them
No, no,
2 or 3 times.
My question is relevant as to
I think it's already come up that finances are discussed in the book. I'll overrule that.
Thank you.
Ms. Willis, you can continue your answer.
what came up with Mr. Wade as it relates to hearsay statements that he was asked about in relation to what Ms. Willis may or may not have said in relation to an author. So it's not relevant to the testimony that's occurring at this time.
I think Ms. Merchant has said that inside the book, she also makes statement as to her own finances, and that's that issue.
So you gave interviews to the authors of this book, correct?
Once or twice.
Okay. And
3 times just to be comprehensive. I don't know if it was 3 times, 2 or 3 times, I think.
you were quoted in the book, and I will give you a chance to say if this is a misquote. You were quoted, when they asked you about if you wanted to run for office for DA, you were quoted, "I really don't want to be financially effed up again." Do you remember saying that?
So what that refers to, so that
My question first is if you remember saying that.
I remember saying something similar to that, but I would like to be able to explain what that's in
fine.
reference to. That's not in reference to anything else. It was a huge sacrifice to be district attorney in Fulton County, huge. I was doing just fine. I had a municipal court judgeship that was paying me $100-something thousand a year, and like you got to show up twice a week. Easiest thing I've ever done in life. I also had private clients that were paying me to represent them. So I was able to have a law practice and that. Raising 2 daughters by myself, there were times in life where things were hard. And so I was telling people, I don't really run for DA. I don't want to run for DA. I'm in a good position right now. I got this easy job that I enjoy, being the chief judge of the city of South Fulton. I'm making money at the law firm, and I'm not sure that I want to make this sacrifice. And why does it always have to be me? Eventually, I prayed. I think that I was the appropriate person. I think that I did that. So when you're referring to that, what I'm saying is, why should I make a sacrifice again? And what I was not talking about is being district attorney. Once you get elected district attorney, you're in a fine financial position. I make over $200,000 a year. What I was talking about is I ran for judge. When I ran for judge, I took $50,000 of my personal money out of my retirement, and that money ended up being lost. And I know when you bet on yourself, you're going to have to bet money on yourself. And so what I was talking about was not wanting to go through the personal financial expense of running for office. By no means did I think that I was going to be financially in a bad position once I won. Let's talk about what I was up against, because it's important to understand that comment. I had a district attorney who had been here for 24 years. People, it's very relevant as to what my mindset was about this. So I'm trying to answer your question. So what I was saying is
Tailored solely to finance.
Right, but it is about my finances.
It's about
If I didn't, nobody put me in this seat. So I had already run for office once. I had spent $50,000 of my own money running, and it was vamoose, nothing. And so when I'm talking to those offers, I'm talking about the contemplation of the sacrifice of the run, not the sacrifice of once you become DA. The odds were against me. I was likely going to lose the election based on who I was running against. So that needs to be in the appropriate context.
Isn't it true that the authors also wrote, and you can dispute this if you'd like, that you were broke after that race?
The 2018 race.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a hard race. I wasn't broke like I didn't have any. So broke is relative to depending where you are, but that hurt to lose that $50,000. So I'm sure my mental mindset was like, I just gave $50,000 away.
Right. So they characterized it from their conversations with you that you were broke, you had poured your own money into the campaign, and you weren't able to pay your own bills because of your clients couldn't pay their bills to you, and you had a paltry array of family and asset forfeiture cases. It says you were trying to make it month to month. Is that an accurate depiction of your financial situation at that point?
I would want to read that, but I don't remember clients not being able to pay their bills. Or
May I approach, Judge?
you can.
You may.
Page 13.
I have not read this book. So like this fact here, her ex-husband Fred had run into a financial, I have no information about that.
About that. I just asked about if what they represent from their interviews with you, that you were broke and that you had clients that weren't able to pay their bills.
Can you show me where that is? Because this is where you put the tab, so that's where I read.
Broke, couldn't pay their bills.
Yeah, I'm sure I characterized myself as broke as leaving that $50,000. I don't know that I had her nascent law practice at paltry arrest.
Well, you just
I didn't have.
Ms. Merchant.
I thought I had a law practice. So this is not correct. I'm sure it's just, I didn't have any asset forfeiture cases. So I had one case.
Have y'all ever heard it said, enough? That is enough of her. Let's move on to the next incorrigible human being. This one is gonna just smoke your goat. If you haven't seen it, y'all just tell me what y'all think, because I think it's horrible. Now, this is the open records request, what I started out talking about. And Ashley Merchant is very good at what she does. And what she's asking for is all of the contracts of the individuals that she hired for the time period that she's taken office. And y'all remember I did a video earlier when she was in there with the commissioners in court, telling them how much money she needed to hire all these new attorneys for the DA's office so that they can get, people indicted and get them moving through the criminal and justice system. Of course, that never happened as far as them processing people quicker for indictments and bond hearings and getting the taint work done. But let's listen to him. He's the custodian of records. And let's listen to how he's talking in court to this attorney. I mean, the code of conduct should just come into play, just in his responses. One jurist speaking to another. It's totally unacceptable. But we're in the land of the unacceptable. Being accepted.
Dexter Q Bond Jr., D-E-X-T-E-R, middle initial Q, Bond, I am a junior.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Bond. Can you tell us what your job title is?
I am the Deputy of Operations for the Office of Fulton District Attorney's Office.
Does that include being the records custodian?
Yes, among many things.
Okay. And before we get into the documents, I want to talk to you a little bit about the portal, how that's set up. First, let's talk about at the time that I made the request in January of 2024. Was there a website link on the DA's website for open records at that point in time?
In January, yes, there was a link on our website, yes.
And when a person clicked on the link on your website, it took them to the county attorney's open records portal, correct?
Yes.
And there was a drop-down box if they went to that open records portal to request records from the district attorney's office?
And I can't speak to that because I don't request records from the district attorney's office.
Okay. So at some point in time from then till now, was that landing page from the DA's office website removed?
I don't have information to that. I don't know.
Do you know if the open records page, the page that the public would go to, if that link was ever altered?
Are we talking from, give me a time frame.
From January until now. What we just talked about was in January. If I went into the DA's office website, I clicked on open records, it took me to the portal.
Yes.
A month ago, if I went on the DA's website, clicked, and there was no open records link at that point.
I cannot speak to that. I do not monitor that site on a daily basis. I do a lot of things for the office, but that is not one.
Okay, so you cannot speak to whether or not there was an open records portal site or portal link on the DA's website?
No, I answered that question. There is an open records link on the DA's website. You would click the link, you can go into the portal, you can request open records request as you do. Oh,
So there was one in January and there is one now, right?
to my knowledge, yes.
Do you know if it was removed at any time over the last 9 months?
I cannot speak to that.
Okay, thank you. Who could?
I don't know. I don't maintain that particular website. Once the information is placed in the portal, if necessary, it will be elevated to me, and I do my job as a business records custodian. But as it relates to it sounds like, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm interpreting your question to be a little bit more, I don't know what you're asking me, but
I'm trying to ask how the public asks you for open records.
And I'm saying that the DA's office has a website. As you know, the DA office has a link that you can use. The DA's has once you click that link, it goes to a portal, which you have used several times. And once you go into the portal, you can put in your request. That's what I'm saying.
Are you able to testify if over the last 10 months that process has been in place?
I don't object just based on the fact that the availability of the link in the portal is not an issue in this case, and it's not an issue pertinent to whether the records were provided.
Ms. Merchant, is there a reason, is what you're really trying to get to that for the entirety of the last 10 months, Mr. Bond or someone else would be tasked with and subject to complying with open records? Or are you really trying to ask if there's an actual portal button on that website for the whole last 10 months?
I'm trying to figure out if they've had, so once I made my request in January, I had to make follow-up requests and it went away. And I wasn't able to continue to make those follow-up requests, which is part of when we continue to make those requests.
Okay.
Forgive me, I'm gonna reframe your question and you make sure that I'm not reframing it appropriately, right? Your time frame at issue is from January to the present.
Yes.
And you are asking me at any time, did that particular process deviate?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
May I explain?
Please.
Because of the cyber attack. I do know, if I'm familiar, that you received the open records request saying that, hey, we are under a cyber attack, this will require a delay, and I do know that this portal is not maintained by my particular office, right? I think you and I can agree with that they made some modifications. So if your question is, look at 10 months, did something change from the routine? The answer is yes. The reason why is because it was a cyber attack.
I'm just going to interject very briefly. You're like me, you're naturally a fast talker. And for the benefit of the court reporter, she's already asked us once to slow down, so
Okay.
we'll try to be more conscious about speaking slowly so she can take it down, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Ms. Merchant.
And I just want to make sure I understand. So it changed because of the cyber attack. So that portal link was at some point disabled or not available?
So you asked me, did something change? I reframed the question to make sure that we were on the same page, right? I told you, yes, something did change. I gave you an answer as to why that did change, and that was as it relates to the cyber attack. Again, the framing of your question was from January to the present for the last 10 months, right? Mm-hmm. And in your question, you asked me something about the last 10 days. So forgive me.
10 months, I'm sorry.
You said 10 months, but you also said 10 days. I asked you a follow-up as it relates to the framing, right? I've answered that question from January to the present. I have told you that the reason why that has changed is because of the cyber attack. I've also told you that I do not maintain that website on a daily basis.
My question was, how has it changed? You said it's changed. My question is, how has it changed?
I cannot answer that question. What I can say is that from 2021 to the present, the DA's office has had access that allow constituents like yourself to request open records. That link is displayed on our website. Once you click that link, you can go into the county's portal. I've also told you that I do not monitor that website on a daily basis. So if you're asking me how, I cannot answer that question. But if you're telling me for look at the last 2 months, if it has changed, I am telling you, a cyber attack has required a lot of things, including open records, to change.
Do you monitor the open records portal?
Do I monitor it on a daily basis? No.
Do you monitor it at all?
Yes.
How often do you monitor it?
On an as-needed basis.
As needed.
Yes.
How do requests come to you?
You go to the link, you put it in, it goes into the portal.
Sorry, and just to save time, I'm not asking how I do it, I'm asking how they come to you.
Once a staff member on my staff, a designated staff member for open records request, receive the open records. If it's standard, like the many of you have supplied, we can go ahead and give you a responsive record, right? If it's not standard and it requires an elevation of some sort, then it is elevated to me by a staff member.
Elevated to you?
Elevated to me by
Okay.
a staff member.
So the first sort of triage is the staff member reviews it, determines if they can just answer it quickly.
I would say that, yes.
And then if it's something that's more elevated, can you describe what something more elevated would be?
I'll do it the opposite way if I can. If you're looking for an invoice, a particular invoice, and that invoice has been commonly requested, my staff knows that this is a particular invoice. And for efficiency purposes, we'll get that responsive document to you as quickly as possible. And then if you're talking about something that is exempt or possibly exempt, that's an example of something that's going to be elevated. And not in this particular case, but in some cases, my exemptions include open and active investigations. So in those particular cases, that'll be elevated.
Were my requests elevated?
You have to be more specific. You know, you gave me about 4.
Were any of my requests elevated?
Yes, ma'am.
Were any of my requests not elevated? Narrow down.
I'm going to say yes because 40 was not presented to me. I know that you are a frequent open records requester. I know that we have responded to open records requests. I am familiar that you, I would say dozens, and I would not say that all dozens have been presented to me. Those have been.
All of the people that must request open records and they all don't come to him, he knows she's a frequent open records requester. Isn't that something?
Been closed out based on my monitoring, so I am comfortable saying that all have not been elevated to me.
And you said I did 40 open records requests?
I said dozens, maybe 40. I feel comfortable saying dozens. I know.
They're maintained on the open records portal, right?
Yes, I'm pretty sure they are. So maybe 40, maybe 30, but I know it's a lot.
Would it surprise you that it was less than 12?
Oh yeah, I think I'll be surprised with that.
Okay, well, let's go through them in a minute. We'll go through the specifics.
May I ask a follow-up? 12 an issue or 12 a total?
In total.
Since when? January to the department?
Correct. Since Ms. Willis was DA.
That would surprise me. That would surprise me.
You all have an employee manual that you use at your office, right?
Yes,
Right. And that governs, it also talks about open records requests.
I believe so, yes.
And if you want to look, we've got, these have been admitted previously. This is merchant 0602. I believe the county attorney supplied this, I'm assuming, from your office. Does that look like, you can look at it on your screen, part of the employee handbook that's given to new hires that Ms. Willis created? Or updated.
Mr. Bond's eyes may be better than mine, but you might need to make it bigger, because
Okay.
my screen's pretty small and I'm struggling.
Yeah, it's hard to read.
So that's okay. Thank you.
So does that look like the section regarding open records compliance?
Yes, at first glance, yes, 6.6, Open Records Act compliance.
Okay. And it says that all open records requests submitted by members of the public will be handled by the open records officer. Is that you?
It will be handled through the portal, so no, not necessary. It will be handled under my leadership.
Okay. And so handle under your leadership, but through the portal. It also says that DA employees should consider all communications that occur on county email, cell phones, and other county-owned technology to be considered open to a FOIA request.
Subject to no exemptions, yes. So I think that's consistent with the Open Record Act. I would agree with you.
Okay, so subject to no exemptions, county email and cell phone communications would be something that you would provide in the records.
General rule, but I think you and I can agree certain things exception. I work with 385 staff members. Of those 35, about 150 or so are attorneys, and we know that there's exemptions. So anything that they're working on as it relates to attorney work product or confidentiality work product are exempt. So yes, this is the general rule, but I don't want the general rule to be mistaken as the norm.
Right, I understand. Definitely, there's statutory exemptions.
Okay. You and I are same age.
The statute's the
And to
statute.
be clear, the employee handbook, while it is helpful guidance, doesn't change what the statutory obligation is one way or the other, so.
No, just, and the reason I'm asking him is the process in their office. You're trying to understand this process.
And if I can clarify, I think the second sentence is certainly important, right? I know that our employees, again, I alluded to the size of the office, 385 approximately. We want to make sure that staff members who receive open records requests know what to do with it. So that, I think that was the angle.
Okay, so the employees receive this and they are told that they need to forward it to legal counsel of the district attorney when they get something.
At the time of that writing, yes, legal counsel.
This is the current handbook though, right? I'll represent it's the one that your office provided earlier this week through Ms. Monroe.
I would say yes. If your representation is correct, I will take that as this is the correct one.
And legal counsel, right now it's Ms. Abbasi, I don't want to say her name wrong. Alabi. Ms. Alabi is legal counsel now. It was Mr. Armstrong before, correct?
Yes, he was at one point.
Okay. So according to this, Mr. Armstrong or Ms. Alabi would be copied on all open records requests received by employees?
So, no, let me deviate. The answer to that is no. The reason why is we had several different legal counsels since 2021, and based on their strengths, weaknesses, or expertise will determine whether or not legal counsel will handle that. I had legal counsel before. That was his expertise. He felt comfortable handling it. I cannot say if Kevin Armstrong handled open records, so I want to be clear. As it relates to Andrea Alabi, a dynamic attorney, however, open records is not something that she handles.
So if a member of the public was reading this and at the time they made their request, Kevin Armstrong was legal counsel, it would be reasonable for them to think that Kevin Armstrong would be apprised of their open records requests. Assuming this is followed.
No.
No.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. This also, let's see, if we go down a little bit more, it talks about emails. Let's see, email communications. This advises employees that emails are monitored, and essentially that means that you're telling them you have access to emails, or the office has access to emails, correct?
You have to tell me the line. The way that I read that is my district attorney, Fani Willis, requires us to look at emails. So 3 times a day is our standard.
If you look under section 6.9, the third line, it says to ensure compliance with this policy, computer and email usage may be monitored. Does that mean that the district attorney's office can monitor computers and emails?
Not necessarily. Well, can we? Yes.
Can. That was a question.
Yes.
Okay, so you have access to emails?
Yes. I do have some. Let's be clear.
Some
emails, yes.
access to county files? On county computers or county phones?
Yes.
So on a county computer file email system, you've got access to emails.
When you say you,
Your office, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And when I say you, it's been represented, and we can pick a term if you want, but as that you're the man for open records. You're in charge of all of this. So
the answer to your question is, as a you as in Dexter, right? Yes, I will have access to that. Or I will request access. Is that better?
yes.
Okay.
And so this also, if you look at, let's see, after where it says only those who are directed directly supervised by the district attorney can send emails directly to her. So is that policy that someone who's not supervised by her is not permitted to send emails directly to her?
We have a strict chain of command, so I think that is true.
Okay, so it's reasonable then for a member of the public who is trying to seek emails to assume that emails would go through a supervisor before they went to the district attorney.
That would be a general practice, I think so.
As an open records custodian, part of your job is to be familiar with the rules with record retention, right?
Yes, to a degree.
Okay. And so you've got to, and that's actually in the, if you look on this same page, if you go up a little bit, there's a policy for record retention, and it says that all records are maintained in compliance with the state of Georgia's retention schedule. Would you agree with that as the policy of your office?
That is the policy.
Okay. So any records that the public is trying to access, they can assume based on the policy of the office that you're going to retain them based on the state of Georgia's retention policies.
That is an accurate assumption based on this policy.
Okay. While we're on this document, if you flip to the next page, 0603, it talks about county cell phone policy. It says that all investigators or attorneys are required to have a county cell phone, and that text messages, recordings, and photos within that cell phone are the property of the county. So that means that if someone did an open records request for those types of documents, that's in the county's property, right?
This is what get hairy. As it relates to Fulton County's property, the answer is yes.
So it says they're required to have a county cell phone. So an attorney is required to have a county cell phone. Let's use an example. Jeff DeSantis is required to have a cell phone, county cell phone, correct?
He doesn't work as an attorney in my office. If we're going through your analogy, you give me an attorney. I can't speak for Jeff.
And I'm looking, it just says all investigators and attorneys.
And Jeff isn't an attorney.
He's not an attorney?
I don't, in the capacity of my office, no, he doesn't act as an attorney.
So
ADA, yes, is required to have a cell phone. An investigator.
are you saying that Jeff DeSantis doesn't have a county cell phone?
No, I'm not saying that. You presented the analogy that all investigators and attorneys are. I understood your analogy. You gave an example of Jeff DeSantis. If your analogy is investigators and attorneys, I want to keep you honest, and I'm letting you know that in the capacity of Jeff DeSantis, he doesn't fall in either category. So I'm following you, and I offered you an opportunity to present someone else, and I gave you an idea of an ADA, because the ADA fits with your example.
Let's back up for a second.
Okay.
Jeff DeSantis, and I was just using him as an apparently unfortunate example. He is the deputy district attorney, correct? That's his job title.
His working title in the office is public relations.
Can I personally research? Sure. Thanks. Showing you a printout of the district attorney's website. Can you take a look at that and see if that refreshes your memory as to what Jeff DeSantis' official title is within your office?
Deputy district attorney,
Thank you.
overseeing the media relations unit.
Thank you. So the policy that we're looking at, county cell phone, says all investigators and attorneys are required to have a county cell phone. You're saying that not all attorneys and investigators are required to have a county cell phone. Is that accurate?
That's not what I'm saying. You gave me an example of Jeff DeSantis. I could not speak specifically as it relates to Jeff DeSantis. I'm not arguing whether or not this policy exists. All investigators and attorneys are required to have a cell phone.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, so all unnamed attorney has a cell phone. According to this policy, if that unnamed attorney on their county cell phone is messaging on an app on their county cell phone, and they're recording things, and they're taking photos, screenshots from an app, that's subject to the open records request.
If there's no exceptions, yes.
If there's no exceptions, thank you. Okay, let's move on to one of the requests that I want to talk about, and I have a couple different identifiers if you need them, but it's the critical mention media monitoring. Do you know if Jeff DeSantis has a county cell phone?
No, I do not know that.
You do not know that. Okay. Who would know that? I'm assuming him. Anyone else?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, so let's move on to critical mentions media monitoring. If you need me to tell you the request, the open records number request, or exhibits or anything, I'm happy to do that. Just let me know, okay? But going to globally refer to them as critical mention media monitor.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you here. I know that we have a lot of critical mentions, so I would prefer, for the clarity of this court, to make sure that we're specific on critical mention, because I know there's multiple.
Not a problem.
So
There are
don't,
two.
so my ask is don't globally refer to them as critical mention. If that's
I will
okay
not
with
then.
you. Okay.
Can you pull up merchant 0027, please? There are two requests. This one, just for your clarification, ends in 010924. This is my first open records request. On January 9th, I requested any and all correspondence, as you can see, to or from critical mention, including copies of contracts, payments, analytics, reports, to or from critical mention and any member of the district attorney's office. Would you agree this request is pretty clear and concise?
Based on my reading, yes.
And I submitted it through the Fulton County Open Records portal.
January 9th, yes.
And it was received January 9th. It says, if you scroll down a little, it shows it was received that day. That's when they return it with the reference number, that is saying that it was received.
That is correct.
Can you repeat what page you were referencing?
I'm so sorry. Yes, it is a merchant 0027. And it acknowledges receipt of the open records request, correct?
On January 9th, I received that via the portal. We acknowledge receipt because you have a reference number. That's yes.
Okay. It doesn't say anything about whether responsive records exist.
Not on January 9th. That's the day I received it.
Doesn't say anything about proposed costs or when the records will be made available.
On January 9th, when I accepted it, no. I think that you have requested several open records requests. You have given them, you've been giving all the records, right, that we closed out free of charge. So there is not any cost because I did not charge you on any open records request that you provided.
I didn't ask that. I asked if it provided any proposed costs. Does this provide any proposed costs?
On January 9th response,
This document.
this document that you put before me, January 9th, I acknowledge that it is a receipt number for tracking purposes. It is an acknowledgement of receipt and is a description of the records you requested.
If you would scroll up, so on January 12th, someone wrote back, or I wrote, thank you, and I followed up, saying I was asking for the analytics, the contract, and the analytical reports, and I was asking, following up, when I could receive them.
3 days later, yes, it appears, I don't know, Ashley Merchant wrote, thank you, in follow-up. I also asked for, yes.
Okay. And then on January 11th, someone, either from your office or the county, said, please log into the portal and see attached emails, correct?
January 18th.
January 18th, I'm sorry, if I said it differently.
So January 18th, based on this email,
Okay.
we gave you attached emails, and included in those emails, there were several different documents. So yes, I responded to this open record request on January 18th.
Did you type this or did someone else? Please
I did
log
not-
into the portal.
I did not type that.
The attached emails, did you provide those attached emails?
No, I did not.
Who provided those attached emails?
A member of my staff.
Who?
A member of my staff. I do not know who provided that on January 18th, but I do know that this particular request, as you said, was pretty straightforward. So we responded and it was closed out. This wasn't elevated to me.
So you never saw this request? You were not involved in this request at all?
On this particular request based in the portal, I don't recall this being elevated to me on January 18th, no.
So you can't tell us what searches you performed looking for these documents?
I can tell you that.
You can.
Yes, this was a general request. It wasn't elevated to me. Critical mention is something that was always asked. I have several requests that's very similar to this. So I'm pretty sure, not this particular one, but one of critical mention was elevated to me and we responded the same way we did with most critical mention.
Who did you ask?
I'm sorry?
Who did you ask in response? You said you did ask somebody about these records. Who did you ask? So
with critical mention, you ask, based on this search, you will look and you will reach out to Jeffery, Hey, do you have any emails related to critical mention? After that, you will go to the IT department to confirm,
Okay.
see if there are any responsive records.
Fulton County IT Department.
Yes,
Okay. So Jeff DeSantis and Fulton County IT are the two. Okay.
especially when you ask it for emails, the answer is yes.
But you don't know if you did that in this case.
I know that I did that in critical mention. I have 1,000 cases. So as it relates to this specific request, I cannot tell you that this particular case was elevated and this was on the top of my list.
And once someone makes a request like this, what steps do you take to ensure that the documents they're requesting are preserved?
Repeat that?
When someone makes a records request like this, as an example, what steps do you take as the records custodian to ensure that the documents they're requesting are preserved?
They are placed in a portal. Once the portal is sent to you, I think that you have access to that, and I think that that is something that the portal does. And make sure that it is reserved. And I can have a copy if I needed to go back to those specific documents. This is when you and I are going to make sure we're not splitting the baby. But as it relates to the portal, they are reserved.
Okay. And we'll use this as an example and sort of walk through the request. So once you get a request like this, whether it's elevated or not, what are the steps your office takes to make sure that the documents I'm requesting aren't destroyed?
Typically, once documents that you're requested are placed in the portal, right, will maintain those particular documents, right? You have an email version, electronic file of those versions, so that's in the portal. So, and maybe I wasn't clear. So you're telling me how you maintain the document you give me. What I'm asking you is when I ask for critical mention documents here, okay, and you get this request and you give me some of them, how do you make sure that they're all maintained? So,
where do you all maintain them? I'm
going to answer your question, and I'm going to make an assumption if I may, okay? I made a comment and I said that there was 40 open records requests. You looked and it appeared, assumption, emphasis on assumption that you was going to go see how many open records requests you had.
Right, it's all there.
Yeah. So the answer to your question is it's in the portal, it's all there.
No, that's why I didn't know if you understood my question. My question is not,
I just
how do you
repeated
preserve
you.
your response?
Hang on, don't talk over each other because the court reporter can't take it down.
My apologies.
That's okay. Ask your question and then you are free to respond in any way you wish.
I'm not asking how you preserve what you tell me you have. What I'm asking is how you preserve the documents inside of your office that I request. Not the ones you give me, but the ones I've asked for.
If you ask for 5 invoices, right? I'll take those 5 invoices. Those 5 invoices is given to a staff member to provide to you. So the original copy of those invoices maintain where they are, right? You have a copy that's filed electronically, right? It is given into the portal. So if I understand your question correctly, 5 invoices. The 5 of those invoices are sent to someone on my staff. A copy of those invoices are uploaded to the portal. Those 5 invoices, the original copies, wherever you came from, continue to stay there. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
So the originals continue to remain wherever they originally were.
It depends on the particular document. If you, in my example, I gave you invoices.
Right.
We do know that invoices are electronic, right? Well, I like to think that most invoices are electronic. So in those particular invoices, wherever they are on my particular file, they stay. A copy is employed to my staff member and then uploaded to the portal.
And let's go through some specific things that you gave me, and then we can sort of go back to that question because it might help.
Okay.
If you look, let's see, you can pull up Merchant 0029. On January 18th, there was, I received this packet that we talked about of emails uploaded to the portal. What you're looking at is the beginning of that packet, and it was 44 pages. That was in response to my original request discussing critical mention. You said you did not produce this document, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you assist in retrieving these documents?
For these particular documents, no. These documents appear to be responsive to your open records request. It appears to be delivered to you on January 18th, and it appears to be responsive to your request.
You can look at 0055. If you go down a little on this one, see where it's after Melissa Fritz, it says PR, Fani Willis critical mention search. It's a different font, and then PR value for the week, and then there's a couple other things. This, and we now know, because we have the actual emails, we now know this is 4 or 5 different emails that were pieced together. Did you participate in the cutting and pasting of these documents?
Objection, Your
I
Honor.
don't.
Objection, Your Honor. Presumes that he cut and paste documents, and that was never established by his testimony. So we're objecting to that.
Okay, well, for now, I'm going to sustain your objection to the characterization of the cutting and pasting, but you can certainly ask him if he participated in the creation or generation of this document that was produced to you, however it came to exist. So your objection is sustained to that extent, Ms. Monroe.
And Judge, I thought that it was Mr. Bowman's witness. I might be mistaken, but I prefer not to tag team.
Well, I do agree. I apologize. Who is going to be examining this witness?
I will.
Oh, okay. Well, then fair enough.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Well,
I mean,
Mr.
generally-
Bowman had objected, so.
Yeah, generally speaking, you know, whoever's going to be examining the witness is the one who should be controlling the objections. And I think Ms. Merchant's expressed concern was she thought Mr. Bowman was going to question this witness, which would make your objection problematic. But since you're going to be examining the witness, it's fine.
That's fine.
I'll frame for the Your Honor.
Well, usually I just ask that you whisper in your partner's ear so they can then say the thing that you want them to say.
And I showed Mr. Bowman the documents because he had made the first objection, so I just was assuming that was the path, but I will check. Okay, so this document, however it was created, did you assist in the creation of this page?
No, I think you and I agree that the first request was straightforward. I don't think that this was elevated to me. On January 18th, no, it was not elevated to me.
Who compiled the document in the form that we see it in here today?
A member of my staff. That's an assumption. A member of my staff.
Okay, so you're assuming, but you don't know who compiled this?
Specifically,
Yes.
on January 18th, yes, this is a designated employee, yes.
You're positive it's a designated employee?
Well, okay. Yes, I'm positive I know who that is.
Who is it?
Erica Willingham.
Erica Willingham. So Erica Willingham is who we would need to ask, not you as the records custodian, about how this document was created.
I cannot answer that question. Let me explain why, right? Typically, emails are compiled in a certain context.
Where in the Sam Houston do you get to explain why every time you answer a question? But I think they allow them to do that because there's more stuff on the record that's going to make them look real stupid when they go through the appeals process. Because this man here, he's going to get worse, y'all. He's just really, he's a piece of work.
Way, right? And those emails are compiled by IT, by staff. It may be compiled by going to reach out to various different persons. I cannot speak to that, so I cannot tell you if she personally, if the question was, did she compile? I do not know. I do know that she handled it as a member of my staff. I do know that she responded as a member of my staff. I can tell you that.
So you can't say as a records custodian that this is an accurate copy of an original document. Let's put it that way. You really don't know anything about this document.
I do know something. I know it was responsive to your request. So yes, I know something. I think you and I can agree on that.
Okay. Let's take a look at, I'm going to jump out of order, I apologize. If you, let's see.
I also know, if I may, that it was provided to you on January 18th. I also know that you received this particular document on January 18th. I also know, as you mentioned, that there was a second critical mention document And in that second critical mention, I know you referenced this before, right? I also know that once you referenced this before, you renewed a second critical mention document saying, hey, you gave me this on January 18th, I'm looking for A,
Yes,
right?
and we're in there.
That's why you and I on the same page, didn't want it to be global, so I do know information as it relates to this particular request.
And we can actually go there right now. So I filed a second request because my initial request was closed when you all provided this 44-page document, right?
Yes, on January 18th it was closed.
And so on January 18th, I refiled my request, and I specifically referenced the original one and said, why are you closing this? You didn't give me everything.
If I can?
Yes.
I like the fact that you presented the first one and allowed me to read it. Can I read the second one?
Of course, it is, let's see. I don't have the number off. The second one is... Merchant 0011. Can I take it? Oh, doesn't take it. There we go. So this one I said in regards to my prior request, and I referenced that number we just talked about, and I said I requested the critical mention documents, and I say the number. I said I got a set of emails, but I asked for the analytics and the documents that are clearly referenced and attached to those emails. I said reports with analytics were provided to the DA's office monthly. It appears from the emails that Jeff DeSantis, Fani Willis, Jeremy Murray, Pallavi Perkasa, Robin Bryant, and Reed Kepler may all have access to these reports on a regular basis. They're public media, paid for by public funds and subject to open records.
Yes, I did receive that. This was elevated to me, and I did respond to you.
Okay, so this one was elevated to you, and you definitely did respond. Before we get there, let's talk about what we were just talking about a minute ago about I don't want to use the word cut and paste, the document, and I'm going to call it Merchant 55, that appears to have a compilation of several other emails contained within it. Okay, that document we were looking at a minute before, and you said you don't know who prepared that document, right?
I do not know who compiled that. I know who handled the file. I know who sent you the responsive document.
And you don't know where that person got the responsive documents. But you assume it was Jeff DeSantis, is what you said earlier.
I did not say that, ma'am.
You said you would reach out to Jeff DeSantis in Fulton County IT.
But he certainly wouldn't compile any documents for me.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
So who would compile them? Who would, and let's just look then. So you've seen, and can you show him again, Merchant 0055, just take a look at this document. So I'm gonna ask you to compare it to a different one.
Okay.
So just to make sure I'm clear, I thought that Mr. Bond said that he believed that Erica Willingham was the person who compiled the response at Merchant 0055.
I thought he said that she did, but that she would reach out to Jeff DeSantis and the county. First, he said he didn't know who provided it. He said that they would reach out to Jeff DeSantis and Fulton County IT.
Well,
and then
that's actually why I'm asking for clarification, to make sure we're all having the same conversation, because I understood you to be asking him about who compiled the document that was provided to you, not who obtained the information that was then determined to be responsive and compiled into a document that was provided to you. What I understood Mr. Bond to be saying was, this type of request, I would have reached out to DeSantis and maybe County IT, and then it was compiled by this particular employee and provided to you.
Okay. And I'm not sure. That's the ultimate question. So let me try and be a little more clear then. This document, number 55, okay? It looks as though it's a compilation of other emails, okay? If you look after Melissa Frick's name, it says Fani Willis critical mention search, and then PR value for last week, and then there's that middle section that we're talking about, that middle section right here. There's no header to from or dates here, there's no header to from dates here, there's no header to from dates there. That, they all look like different emails, right?
I would agree with you.
Okay, so not using the word cut and paste, someone took these parts and put them all in one page.
Objection, Your Honor. Is that a question, is a statement? I mean, if it's a question, it's a...
Well, he's an adverse witness, so she can cross-examine if she wants to, number one. Number two, I mean, the reason I said we were not going to call it cut and paste is that assumes facts that are not yet in evidence. Now, you can ask questions about assumptions that you're drawing from the appearance of the document, But that's why I've said we're not gonna call it a cut and paste. Now, I think the witnesses called it a compilation, so why don't we call it that for a while until we decide that it's something else?
So this appears to be a compilation of several different emails into one.
I agree, compilation, yes.
Okay.
And if, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Continue. We're here to learn from you. Tell us. What were you going to say?
No, I'm agreeing with you. That does appear to be a compilation of emails.
Okay. And can you pull up merchant 0167? So there's a redacted section here, and then you can see under that, I sent a story via critical mention a few minutes ago, directly below. Okay? So this, and this were removed from that email. It just starts with, I sent a story via critical mention. All of that is not in that compilation document, right?
As it relates to the headers.
As it relates to the parts?
This.
Yes.
It does not appear to be so.
So this was all removed. And the document just starts right there.
I cannot tell you if it was removed. I think my testimony, Your Honor, is that this particular request came in January 8th, right? We responded on January 9th. On January 18th, we responded to the documents, right? Once we responded to the documents, you accepted it. What I need you to hear is we closed that particular file. It was not elevated to me. Your second one was elevated to me. Let's call that critical mention 2, if I may. That critical mention 2 referenced the first critical mention, right? In that critical mention 2 that you just displayed to me, it had only one specific item. I am looking for analytical graphs. I responded to that request. So as it relates to anything that from the first time I gave it to you, it was responsive because this is me as the business record custodian. Once I received the second critical mention reference that referred to the first, you and I can agree that the first had, let's just say, 5 things. You only made mention of one thing in the second one. I assumed 1, 2, 3, 4 was resolved, that is closed. And I responded on January 26th to the remaining issue. So as it relates to compilation, I want to be very clear. It was sent to you. It was responsive to your request. I moved on. You referenced it. Once you referenced it, it was elevated to me. The elevation was one specific item. So I assumed that the first matter was resolved, and the only outstanding issue related was analytical drafts embedded into something, which I responded to you on January 26th. Is that clear?
No.
Okay.
And so let me break it up because there was a lot. So I tried to take notes. First, you said I accepted it. So on January, whatever the date was, 18th, I accepted it. When you said I accepted it, you sent me a document and I accessed it, and it was immediately closed. So you're saying that's an acceptance of the open records response?
I am saying that we sent you the open records response that's responsive to your request.
Yes.
All right. I am also saying that you opened up another open records request. In your second open records request, that's why it's very important we do not refer to this as globally. You make reference to the first. Yes. You said here in court that the first one was very detailed, in which I agreed. Okay? I let you know that I did not have anything to do with that. You gave responsive records. Once you respond to me in reference to the first one, and there's one thing outside, I am a reasonable person, that's the word that you use, will assume that the first is over. It's done. It's complete. So I am assuming, reasonable or not, that you accepted the open records request because you said, here's a second one. I did this. I'm referencing that, and here's a small section.
So you assumed I accepted it, and
it was delivered.
Hold on.
Is that better?
Delivered.
It was sent to you on January 18th.
Yes.
Y'all, there is no reason to argue about semantics of what we're talking about. It is not in dispute that on the whatever day it is that the Open Records Act portal sent you a batch of documents, and then I don't think it's in dispute that that request was closed, and then you followed up on it, which the county, or the Fulton County, whatever we're gonna call it, treated as a new request that referenced a prior request. We don't have to argue about whether it was accepted or received or acknowledged or whatever. The facts are what happened. Let's move on.
So you said that that was responsive to my request, but it didn't completely respond. It only partially responded to my request, the first one. The 44 pages weren't all that you had.
Objection, Your Honor, is that a question or a statement?
It's a question. The 44
Okay,
pages.
hang on. When there's an objection, let me deal with it. We're just going to put a question mark on the end of Ms. Merchant's statements, because technically that's what they are, but they are allowable cross-examination questions, so.
Right, but I want to put the witness in the best position to answer the question, so if it's not posed in the form of a question, I think that's, the onus is on her to pose it in the form of a question as opposed to a statement.
I think that right now I'm gonna, unless I believe that it's being deliberately confusing, which so far it is not, I'm going to allow Ms. Merchant to question the witness. And I'm gonna overrule your objection for now. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You have to repeat your question, I'm sorry.
The 44 pages that you sent me on January 18th, you said that they were responsive to my request, but they were not complete. There were additional documents. Now we have 197 pages. So the 44 were only partially responsive. Is that correct?
Okay, I have issue with your question, so let me break that down, okay? As it relates to you, I have testified that on January 18th, a member of my staff responded to you and provided you responsive documents, okay? So you as in Dexter Bond did not give you anything, okay, on January 18th. The responsive request for your records that sought 5 things were given to you on January 18th. The answer is yes. On the next day, as you just testified, a new open request was open. You made reference to the first request, right? Of that, again, the first request was 5 things. You only asked about 1 thing. The first one was never elevated to me, okay? The second one I responded to on January 26th.
Okay. So my question, to answer my question, the 44 pages that you provided, your office provided on January 18th, that is not all the documents that were responsive to the original request. It was only partially what was responsive. Correct.
At the time on January 19th, I couldn't answer that question. I don't know. I don't know.
So you gave me documents, or your office gave me documents, and then you have now certified 10 days ago that 197 pages are the actual.
2 different things.
Yes.
So I'm glad that we was at the top.
Hold on. So now we've got 197 documents.
Okay.
Back then we had 44.
Let me
Okay, hold on. Those 197 page documents, those existed in January when I made my request, correct?
I cannot say that.
You don't know if they existed?
May I respond?
If you answer my question first, I'm happy to allow you however much time you want to respond.
Okay.
Did those documents exist in January? The 197 pages? Your business record certificate?
I cannot answer that question. May I explain?
Why you can't answer it?
No, let me explain why I cannot answer it. That's correct. Let me explain. Your open records request that you presented asked for certain things, right? I'm assuming that you are talking about the production of documents that you gave on August 30th, right?
Yes.
All right. And you, in that production of document, I'm assuming you're saying that that was 197. What I am saying that I cannot correspond, because it's my assertion that the open records request that you received on January 18th is different in scope from the subpoena you requested. And because there is a difference in scope, because your subpoena was more specific, I cannot tell you if the two are correlated. So I cannot answer your question.
So you can't tell me if the 197 pages that you provided on August 30th, that those existed in January?
Yes, they would have existed. The 197 pages should have existed. However, I cannot tell you, let me be very clear, that the 197 pages that you received on August 30th as a response to your subpoena was responsive and should have been included in the 44. I'm afraid that you are looking at an open records request that you received on January 18th, accepted with no reservation. You're convoluting a subpoena. There's two different scopes. There's two different, your search terms were different. So yes, the 197 did exist in January 18 because the scope in which you asked for was from January 2020. January 20.
This man does not know his job. All he knows is how to be catty, shitty, quirky, and all the other derogatory names that they have for men who appear to be women. I don't know what he is, what he goes by. I don't know what. But this man here is he's so mind-blowing and so arrogant. And it's really too much. He does not have to act like this. We really don't act like that. And it's not necessary. He's very disrespectful. And I know that you can treat people as a hostile witness, but he was hostile from the very beginning. And it's just, it kind of gives you a headache listening to the way these people talk to people and think it's okay. And then talking about they're afraid for their lives. But in the manner in which they speak to people, if people got problems, they could really trigger people. It's unbelievable. But he does not know his job. And he's not doing it. All he does is throw around that title. He reminds me of these women in my little old Chinese and Korean movies I love looking at. I mean, those women be poor. They steal another woman's identity and get with the rich guy. And instantly they start dressing in high-class clothing, cars. They treat everybody like dogs and cats. And this is the way he's talking to our Shiro. It just doesn't make sense. But anyway, I just had to interject that.
...2021 to the present, whenever the subpoena came in, right? We did that through IT. Those documents, you could certify. I cannot tell you if those 197 were responsive to the 44 because your open records request and your subpoena are different. Your subpoena is more specific.
Okay, so my open records, my first one said that I was seeking a copy of any and all correspondence to or from critical mention, copies of contracts, payments, analytics, and reports. Okay, so correspondence, that's emails.
More.
Correspondence is emails.
And I gave you emails.
The 44 pages versus the 197 pages. Would you agree with me that there are a lot of emails in the 197 pages that were not contained in the 44 pages? A lot of emails. We can go through them page by page if you'd like.
If that's what you prefer.
It is not. It is
Okay.
Definitely not.
What I am telling you, and I need to be very clear, that your subpoena that produced 197 pages, right? It required, look at this particular email to and from, right? As it relates to these particular search terms. So your subpoena was filled out and given to the Fulton County IT department, and those 197 pages were given, researched, and provided. Let's look back at your open records request. There were no search terms. If I am not mistaken, and you may have to bring it up to reflect my memory, you just wanted something about to and from the vendor or something like that. They are two different things, two different scope. So if you're making an inference of 44 versus 197, I cannot buy into that inference because I see logically why 197 and 44 could be different.
And I'm trying to break it down simply so that we can just get through one item at a time. My original open records request, we're only talking about correspondence. You and I agree correspondence includes emails, correct?
I agree.
Okay. And would you agree that the 44 pages did not contain a lot of emails that the 197 contained?
I can concede that.
Okay. The next classification is contracts. Okay, so I asked for contracts between the DA and critical mention. Okay, would you concede that the contracts I got in the 44 pages with my open records request did not contain all of the contracts I got in the 197 pages? Would you concede that?
No, I cannot concede that. You have to show me that.
Okay, that's not a problem.
You
Which
have to show
one?
me that.
So we'll break it down even further. In the 44 pages, the original request, you only gave me a contract for the first year of critical mention, correct?
Show me.
Okay, let's see. Okay, the 44 pages start at, just so everyone knows, they start at merchant 0027. And that one may take a few more minutes to get up because we didn't have it on queued. Oh yeah, 0027. And if you want a hard copy of the documents, I can give you that as well. Okay, in response to that, if you go through the next couple of pages, is it easy to pull up the next couple of pages? Yeah, let me give you the exact page. It's actually the next page, 0028. And I didn't have that one queued up, but we'll have it in a minute, sorry. Or I can just show you.
That's fine.
It's 0028. That's the February 2021 contract for critical mention. Oh, there we go.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you showed me this isn't a contract.
No, this is not. This is part of it, and if you go through it.
You and I just had a conversation about emails. I conceded. Now you're talking about contracts. I told you to show me. Now you show me an invoice. Which is it? Do you have a contract?
Judge, I mean, I don't care if he asks me questions, but I don't really think it's appropriate if he asks me questions.
Well, I'm not, you're not obligated to answer the questions he asks you. I would just encourage everybody to try and maintain a tone of civility and let's move on.
Yes, Sean.
So, we'll back up. The 44 pages. I'm going to give you the 44 pages. Okay? So you can just look at those. We don't have to go.
Are you going to point out the contract in 44?
Give me 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So my open records request to you asked for contracts. Okay? That was one of the classifications we just talked about, right?
Yes.
Okay. Show me where in there you gave me contracts.
I didn't. I don't believe it's in here. You could not show me? So do you want me to go page by page? Because you said that you was going to show me. You gave me an invoice, right?
Okay.
And then I said, all right, the 44. So now I can go through here to determine a contract. So you put, I'll do it.
So
But you said that you was going to show me.
I'm going to show you the one you gave me,
Okay, no.
but that's in the second
You were
request.
talking in the context of these 44 pages. You told this court that I gave you a contract. I said, show me. You approached me with the invoice.
You gave me that
told
invoice.
you-
Okay, stop. Both of you. The question I think is pending that will actually help us move forward is that Ms. Merchant asked if any contracts were produced in the original 44-page production.
Yes.
And while none of us will necessarily enjoy that endeavor, it is perfectly fair for a witness to say, let me review the 44 pages and then I'll answer your question. And so if you would like to do that, you feel free to do that. But the question is, was a contract produced in the initial production of 44 pages? Because I think we had agreed that contracts were requested.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Mr. Bond, if you want to go through the documents, or if you want Ms. Merchant to direct your attention to something, we can do that, but the 44 pages is entirely fair for you to say, let me look at these documents before I answer your question.
Yes. I would like for you to direct my attention as you said you could.
I'm asking you to answer the question the judge just asked you that I originally asked you. That I asked you if you gave me a contract in January. We agreed that I asked for a contract, okay? So we agreed I asked for a contract. I want you to show me where you gave me a contract. Or if you didn't, tell me you didn't.
Okay. Allow me to review.
Great.
This invoice. based on what you presented to me, assuming that there are 44 pages here, no, a contract is not in this.
Okay. In the 197-page document that has your sworn certificate on it, did you provide me with a contract?
May you direct me to that contract?
I'll give you the whole 197 pages. It's your sworn business record certificate that you swore to the court was accurate and complete. Give me a moment to reorganize. Let's see. Would you prefer it on the screen or in person?
In person, please.
I'm going to give you one of them as an example. May I approach this?
Yes, and you don't have to ask for time.
Thank you. Call the renewal of work to happen.
Ms. Merchant, I'm sorry, I can't hear you when you step away from the podium very well.
Sorry, thank you for reminding me of that.
The renewal statement of work, if this is in my file, who you are, but this is a contract.
It is. Okay, so what I just showed you was the contract, one of the contracts for critical mention, correct?
You showed me a renewal statement of work.
And that was not provided in January of 2024, correct?
It does not appear to be so.
Okay. I'm going to show you another, I'm sorry,
And if I can, before I know you're about to move on,
not.
we agree, right, that there were some emails, right? We also, as it relates to the contract, you said that you that there were some documents in that particular file that you have in the 197, okay? You also can agree, I hope, that on the second open records request, you brought forth, that was elevated to me, hey, Dexter Bond, I'm only missing with the analytical. So you and I can agree that any contract or anything was not in your any open records request. We can agree to that?
No, we cannot. Can you pull up Merchant 0055, please? Oh, I'm sorry, wrong one. We just had it up. I'm sorry, 0008. I am seeking a copy of any and all, including copies of all contracts. That is my original request.
Yes, but you and I, you received this on January 18th. On January 19th, you said, you referenced this same open records request, right? And you said, I am only looking for, I received your request, you acknowledge receipt. I am looking for the analytics inside that.
I'm not talking about that yet, and we're gonna be here all day. We go and talk off track. The first open records request, this one, first one, I asked for contracts, okay? I just showed you a contract that you gave me on August 30th. That contract was not provided in response to this open records request. Not a follow-up, in response to this open records request, correct?
The answer is yes, that contract was not provided in January 18th.
And here's a contract for critical mention for 2021 to 2022. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
That contract was provided August 30th, but was not provided in response to my open records request, correct?
This statement of work appears to be provided in August 30th.
I mean, you certified the documents that you provided August 30th. Do you have any question about them?
No, I certified the documents on August 30th, but what I need to be clear is once the matter on January 18th was not elevated to me. I think that we're clear on that. When it came to January 26th, you requested 5 things. There was one thing in your second open records request that you brought to my attention. That was elevated to me. I assumed that on the 44 pages, everything else was responsive because you do a good job when you don't get something, bringing it to our attention. We do a good job of responding to you. So yes, you asked for 5 things on January 18th. My staff gave you 44 pages. When you brought forth the second critical mention open records request, of those 5 things, you brought forth 1. That one thing was elevated to me. So we make mistakes. If I did not give you a contract on January 18th, I would have loved, as I often hear from you, to get, hey, you're missing this. Just like you did on the critical mention analytics graph, you did not bring that up.
Judge, this is not responsive to my questions. I mean, at all. Not even close to responsive.
I generally try to let the witness answer the way that the witness wants to answer. I will, however, say that I think we are getting bogged down in what previously did or didn't happen based on people's characterizations and understandings rather than, and I think one thing that would help, Ms. Merchant, is if you would ask short, clear, direct, factually based, and not argumentative questions. And then Mr. Bond will do his best to give short, concise, factually based responses that are not argumentative. Because I understand that both of you have a position that you wish to vindicate about what you did or what you think did or did not happen here. But we need to set that aside. Go ahead, Ms. Merchant.
Just asking you about my first request. We're on to the third category, payments. I asked for payments. How critical mention was paid, correct?
You asked for contracts in or payments. Contracts in or payments on January 18th.
In this open records response, did you give me payments for critical mention?
I gave you 44 documents that I believe was completely responsive to your request.
Mr. Bond, you did not give me a copy of the payments for critical mention.
And when I reviewed the 44, I did not see a payment.
And you also did not give me any analytics, correct? In response to this one, just this one.
On January 18th, no, I do not believe. When you say analytics, I don't even know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the graphs that's embedded in the critical mention? I don't know what you mean by analytics. Let me make sure I'm clear.
The critical mention analytics reports.
The same analytics reports that you asked for in the second critical mention request?
Only asking you about the first one.
So no. The answer is no.
Okay.
Not in January.
Did you give me any of the critical mention reports in response to this request?
The answer is no.
Okay. So the 5 categories, correspondence emails, contracts, payments, analytics, and reports. You did not give me any of those 5.
I gave you 44 pages.
So now we'll move to the second request. So when I got those 44 pages and was not happy with the response, I filed a follow-up open records request. Do you agree with that?
Hang on, Ms. Merchant, to my point about argumentative, right? This is further complicated by the fact that you're also your own witness, and so your questions are not only tending to be argumentative, but filled with facts that haven't been established yet, so.
Okay, and that was
on that.
And I was drawing from what you said about me.
Then reference the document. I think that'll be a cleaner way to keep the record clear. That way we know it's a fact that's in the record.
That same day, January 18th. Now I'm talking about that second records request. I followed up and asked for more documents, correct? I'm just asking if I followed up and asked for more documents.
May I answer this question this way? You pointed out the 5 categories. Thank you for doing that, okay? In your second open records request, you asked for not more, the same documents in one. To me, that was interpreted as, you have satisfied my open records request, so I cannot say if you was unhappy. However, of those 5 things, there is one thing in here that you're missing. Can you respond to that one thing?
So let's talk about that second open records request. So I submitted another open records request and asked for more items, correct?
You asked on that second open records request for the analytics graphs. That was also asked for in the first open records request.
And it was not provided in the first open records request.
It was not provided, well, based on my review today, no, it was not provided.
And it was also not provided in response to the second open records request.
So on the second one, a response was provided via the Open Records Act. That response on January 26th, footnote 1 reads, no, on January 26th, I don't know what subsection said, I don't, essentially, forgive me legal terms, I don't know what you're talking about. Your response, your ask is not reasonably calculated to put me, the business records custodian, in a position to know what you're talking about. At that time, I did not know what analytics graphs were. I didn't know what you were talking about. So you can reference my letter, which I addressed this second open records request personally because it was elevated to me.
I will in a minute, but let me re-ask my question.
Okay.
Did you provide me any analytics in response to my second open records request?
I provided you a response.
Did you
In my response, there was...
Hang on. She's asked you a yes or no question. I think you can answer it and then explain.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
No, I did not give you any documents. I did give you a response. That response said, pursuant to OCGA, Open Records Act, that it is not your request, as stated, is not reasonably calculated to put me in a position to know what you are talking about.
On January 24th, I sent your office a letter talking about this open records request again, the critical mention media monitoring data. And that's at Merchant 0083. If you want to take a look at it, we'll have it up in a minute. Do you recall receiving that letter?
I recall receiving a letter from you, but I do know that that letter was not exclusively for critical mention.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's
Just
not my
making sure.
question. My question is, do you recall receiving that letter?
Yes.
Great. So let's look at what section of it talks about critical mention. I was following up, and this was asking to please not have to go into a lawsuit, right? That's what this letter was.
I don't know what this letter was, but I do recall seeing it. I don't know if it was a please not going into this lawsuit.
So it was entitled Numerous Outstanding Open Records Requests and Notice of Potential Official Complaint and Potential Civil Action. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the title, but I do recall receiving the letter.
Okay. And you recall generally the contents of the letter?
Yes.
And specifically, let's talk about the critical mention. I asked, and this is on Merchant 0083, I outlined again what I had been asking for and provided even more context in regards to these emails, analytics, things like that. Do you remember receiving this?
I do.
Okay. And you responded, and this would be Merchant 0087 if you want to pull it up. This is the letter you referenced earlier. So this is the letter you're saying is from you, correct?
Yes.
It's not signed and it doesn't have your name on it, but you're saying that this is your letter.
Yes.
You drafted this letter?
Yes.
And
What was the page number of that? I'm sorry.
sorry, it's Merchant 0087
Thank you.
through 88. The only name on this letter is Fani Willis, correct?
You have to show me that.
You can scroll. Is the only name on this letter Fani Willis?
Are you referring to the letterhead?
I'm referring to who someone who received this letter would think it came from.
Okay, well, I'm going to stop you there because that calls for speculation. But if you could go to the bottom of the document, maybe we could see who signed it. Thank you.
And we just talked about nobody signed it. On the next page, 88, you know that you did not sign it, correct?
I will have to see the second page.
You can pull up the next page, it's 88. Here, fine. Give me.
I believe it was the Open Records Unit or Division or Open Records, sincerely Open Records.
Okay.
So did I sign it? No. But did I draft it? Yes. Is it from my team? Yes.
Looking at these 2 pages, the only name from your office, someone reading this would see is Fani Willis, correct?
you would see the only name in her letterhead. Yes, it's any correspondence, I believe, that comes from the portal, any letter is going to have her letterhead on it.
My question is just, that's the only name that's on that document.
I feel like the document is what the document is. Let's move on.
Okay, thank you. This is your response that you were talking about. And just in regards to critical mention, well, actually not just in regards, let me back up for a second. This letter, you said, despite consistent communication, that I was implying that you were still in violation of the open records, and you disagreed with my disingenuous implication.
Because it was. Yes, I made sure that I let you know that you are disingenuous, and any implication that I violated the Open Records Act was as such. That was my word choice.
Okay, so the first request, the 5 things I asked for, you didn't give me any of those 5 things, and we've established that.
When you say you,
your office.
My office gave you responsive documents on January 18th.
Right. Some responsive documents, but the 5 categories, and we agreed to that. The 5 categories, you said, no, you didn't give me the contracts. No, you didn't give me.
When you say you, my staff gave you responsive documents, okay? We have already said that certain things get elevated to me. You received the records. When you did a second open records request for critical mention of those 5 things, as we have said, you have addressed one. That one thing was brought to my attention, and I handled that one thing. So my assumption, okay, to be clear for the record, was that the first open records request, you received everything. I did not know what was in the 44. You did not, when you brought it up the second time, you did not make mention, right, of anything outside of those 5 things. You only made mention of one. So I dealt with that one thing.
So here, look, I'm going to back us all up again. And I continue to do this, I'm going to do it again, because both sides are doing it. We are here because a member of the public requested from a government agency
If y'all don't want to hear this, we can stop it, because I do have one other one, and it's small. And then I wanted to read Ashley's letter that she sent to Miss Love about, you know how they've been arresting the witnesses, saying that they're not going to show up in court, so they get the judge to issue a warrant for a witness arrest. Well, she's putting them on notice that her client doesn't live out of the state, and in a civil case you don't do that. But I wanted y'all to hear him say, and I don't recall hearing him tell her in such a ugly, oh y'all, it was just pernicious tone, where he was telling her how she's disingenuous, he'll never answer her and pick up the phone. Somebody's literally saying under oath, on the record, he's not going to do his job when it comes to her. And that's the way that is. And I just don't see how he can get away with that. And I don't know if it's any part of that here. I want to see, because he's on the stand, but this is like the judge is mad. It's got to be more. There's a judge is mad with the lawyer and talking to the lawyers. But I had, well, the judge is saying this is frustrating. This is Miss Westmoreland.
And DA's from the DA's office. Why would Miss English have that information? A member from External Affairs. This is why I say it's harassing. She's asking members.
I don't know the answer, but I think my review of the initial request were that these individuals are people who would have handled or been involved in branding and media relations such that they might have knowledge of documents that existed that have not been produced by the DA's office. Even though, again, I agree with you, probably not their job to be in charge of those documents. But if they know that they exist because they had them at some point because they were sent to them, or maybe if it's external affairs, if it's your job to send that out into the world, right? But now.
But what about
He said, I'm
But
sorry.
what about forfeiting documents? What about attorneys hiring dates for hiring? Like, why would someone from External Affairs have?
So I don't disagree with you, but that's not a reason to say that they're not subject to subpoena.
No, I'm saying that because they're not, I'm sorry.
That's a reason to say the scope of what they're asking this witness is excessive. I want you to say they can only ask them X, Y, and Z. And what I've said, I think a couple of times relative to various witnesses, and certainly Madam D.A. Willis, is that you kind of have to trust me that I know what's relevant in this case and that I'm not going to let people go on a fishing expedition. That I'm just going to say, ask them about the open records. And if that witness, if they get asked a question about bank records and you stand up and object and say, this witness works for External Affairs, you have no knowledge, and I'm going to go, that I'm going to sustain your objection. I mean, so much of this is subjective about how this evidence is going to come in and about what is relevant to the scope of this hearing, this proceeding, which is, are the records public records? Were they maintained? Were they requested? What efforts were made to provide that?
I completely understand the court's position. I guess because we're so closely tied to this case, we know the ins and outs of it, and we know that if your sole purpose is to obtain information, there's a comportment, there's a posture in which you do so. And the plaintiff has not taken that posture. In fact, they're using this as a platform to create a show. This is not about gaining information. This is purely about harassment. And I'm not shy to express that to the court. And I understand how the court may differ on this point.
It's not that I differ. It's that all of you are talking about the fishing expeditions and the harassment that I can, and the gamesmanship that I can see on both sides. But what I am telling you is the law does not support that as a basis, right? The questions that a court is to consider on an open records enforcement action is, are the records public? Were they requested? Were they produced? And if they were not produced, why were they not produced? Why the person wants them is not a relevant consideration, even if I think that the only reason the person wants them is for harassing reasons. That's not a relevant consideration. And so I understand your frustration, but again, I think we are wasting each other's time by continuing to talk about the gamesmanship and the harassing nature of this exercise, because I kind of agree with all of you that this is both frustrating and gamesmanship on all sides, and probably going to be used for some harassment or whatever on the back end. But my concern, legally, within the structure of an Open Records Act request, is, are the records public? Which doesn't seem to be in dispute. These are public records that would be subject to the Open Records Act. Were they requested? Also doesn't seem to be in dispute. And were they produced? That is in dispute. And if they were not produced, why were they not produced? Also in dispute. And now, if we narrow ourselves to those issues, then it just feels like we can move this case forward to actually consider the substance rather than this, which seems to be, they're trying to harass me, so I'm not going to agree with anything they ask me, and vice versa. They're not agreeing, they're putting up roadblocks, so I'm not going to agree to anything, right? And that is not the way that we all want to conduct ourselves.
I understand, Your Honor. Just to close, in terms of, Your Honor, we're not trying to belabor this point any further. We do understand that we have a hearing to get to, and we have individuals here who can testify to the merits of this case in a way that is efficient, in a way that is substantive, and in a way that can bring this case to a speedy close without all the extras. And those two individuals are Dexter Bond and Shavonna Miller. We stipulate to the point that that documents weren't provided initially, and what the hearing will display, so we'll get into receive the request, we'll get into how the request was processed and how the request was responded to. But I would just ask the court, in the interest of judicial economy and to make sure that we are actually getting information that will be helpful to the court to consider so the court can have an easier job in hearing the case on its actual merits versus the narrative that the plaintiff wants to produce to the court.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Monroe. A couple of questions I have for you before you have a seat, and then we will move on. Essentially, same question to, and I think forward that Mr. Bond would be willing to waive that insistence on formal service and be available to testify today. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, Your Honor, and I would ask this court to reserve ruling on my motions until such time as Mr. Bond does testify and see if that settles your mind with regard to the other individual non-party.
And that was my intention. My next question is, what about Ms. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor.
She's willing to.
Absolutely. We did file a motion to quash on her behalf.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Merchant?
Yes.
I wanted y'all to hear him say that to this woman, but I wanted y'all to hear this boy put love in check because she just went ballistic on him. And he had to let her know, and now they're trying to revoke his parole. Now, that's what's trending right now, and everybody's been doing videos about it. I like looking at Cat Knock Williams, and I'm not a lawyer, but they really give great commentary. Cat has great chat. Mel is, I'm not a lawyer, but she's not live on YouTube a lot, but she was live the other day. She normally does just commentary, and she does real good without interjecting her personal feelings and stuff. She just kind of break down what they're saying, but like I told them, I'm very verbose and I'm very opinionated, so I'm going to throw me all over it, because these people are just absolutely asinine, and I just can't even think without putting me in it. I have to say something about these people. I wished I could be one of those reserved individuals, but I'm not. So I'm trying to get where y'all can hear him just tell this woman how he don't like her and she's disingenuous. So let me cut this off and let me just try to get to that point. Yeah. But this woman here, this boy here is with the open records for the Trump case. That's what she's been trying to get, these open records. And they just refuse to. But you know, Ashley is representing Brian Steele because Judge Glanville, before he was recused, put Mr. Steele in jail for not telling him about an ex parte meeting. And by the way, Love and Fani Willis, maybe I should have got that, did an ex parte meeting where they received this email that Chris was talking about. So maybe I'll look that up right quick as I play this, but hold on a minute, y'all. Now y'all heard that, so let's roll back just a little so we can hear where he get his balls from to say this under oath as if he's saying something cute and representative of the people who serving the people. These people are serving the people, but you can tell a person for whatever reason, and the judge says she seemed to see what it is because they know it's political, but they're all of the same party. So, but her client has been mistreated and falsely accused. And she discovered through a friend who was an ex-partner of Nathan Wade that he and this woman was having this affair and stuff. And when she started doing her own research, she started uncovering a whole lot of other things. So this is really a political hunt. If y'all know what I mean, you know, the witch hunt type situation. This is really sad that we are witnessing this in 2024 and we're not sounding an alarm. And until everybody get involved and sound the alarm, we got to quit allowing hegemony to break us apart under the guise of discrimination and racism. We're going to have to come together as human beings and realize that we all going under, because it goes back to that caste system where I did, and thank you, Regina, for giving me, you know, the even thought to do that, because I didn't even know about that. But I see that every day in my movies that I look at, and we know it exists here in America, but we want to stay stuck on stupid and keep talking about it's racism, and they don't like me because I'm this. Well, they really don't probably care for us because we're their heirs to the world's largest estate. But since we don't have knowledge and ain't trying to acquire it, those people ain't really worried about that, because they know that we're not going to listen to nobody and we're not going to put in the work. So that's not their issue. Their issue is you won't do nothing. That's the bottom line, believe it or not. You don't have to believe me. Let's listen to this man. Regina said, I tell you, this world we live in now has hit the wall of greed and corruption everywhere. Something has got to change, and now. And it is going to get worse. It really is. So here we go. I want y'all to hear this man say this, what leads up to him saying what he said to her in the ugly manner in which he said it. He is just horrible. And I don't know if his mother's still living, but if she is, I know she's not proud of him. At least I don't think she is. And that's one woman's opinion. I don't know him or his mother. But as a mother, I know I wouldn't be.
I get to some. So as it relates to those particular records, I researched, retrieved records, and gave you records.
You believe you gave me records in response to this?
As it relates, you gave me 5 things in this open records request. Let's go through the first one, right? As it relates to number 1, I think that you told this honorable report that some of these matters have been resolved, right? I gave you those records for number 1. We can agree to that. Is that fair? As it relates to number 2.
No, it's not. I received number 1 in regards to a subpoena in a criminal case from the county attorney's office. I did not receive that from you in regards to the open records request.
Okay, we're gonna have to disagree. Let's move forward.
So let's go through this then. This document, 0025, the only response you sent was on January 25th, where it says, please log into the portal to review the attached record. It's been extended, correct?
Let's look at that. Yes.
If you can scroll up a little, it's higher up. There we go. Okay. And then the letter that we're referencing is that same letter that you gave us earlier. It's at Merchant 0087.
that deals with a whole lot of open
Yes.
records requests.
Yes.
So let's go to that letter.
And that's
Let's look at 011724.
It's 0087.
00. Okay.
And you wrote, in regards to this request specifically, that this office does not maintain responsive records and cannot produce the records I seek.
Show me.
It's number 5.
Number 5. So that's 01924. Right? Number 5, 01924.
Oh, so the
So you're
request, if
changing
you
the numbers.
go,
I'm confused.
so the original request
What's the word?
is, oh, you'll go to the next page then, it's 011724.
Zero zero 17. Okay, you can direct me.
It's number 8. Yes. Number,
If that is 011724 related to promotional material rebranding, that's how I responded. Number 8. Yes.
so you never provided any records in regards to this response?
I cannot say that because that is not my contention. You asserted to this honorable court when you started looking at this open records request that this 5 things, some of them have been resolved and there is no longer in this litigation. So I cannot tell you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 what I didn't do. I will take you at your word to say that some of those things, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, was provided to you. So I'm not willing to say I gave you nothing when you have said, hey, I looked at it, some of this stuff has been resolved.
Do you have any knowledge as to how some of this stuff was resolved?
Objection, Your Honor. So it's my understanding that as it pertains to this request, that the only issue at hand was regarding the rebranding materials regarding rebranding and promotional materials. So
And the critical motion payment.
Okay. So tell me, Ms. Merchant, why it, in response to Ms. Monroe's objection, why if some of these documents have been provided to you at some point, in some manner, through some method, why is it relevant today that they were or were not produced in response to an open records request that you served or provided to the state?
It's not at all, but he said that part of this was responded to, that he responded to part of it, and that's not accurate. They did not, the open records people did not respond to any of that. It has been made moot outside of that in a separate litigation, so I didn't include it in the lawsuit. But he is very literal with these words, and so I was trying to, like, that one request is not an issue. I was trying to save time by taking that request out. But then the witness has now said, well, then we complied with it. And they have not actually ever complied with that. So that's not accurate.
Okay. Again, I think we're getting bogged down in semantics. The fact that the information and data or documents that were sought by plaintiffs at various points through their open records requests have now at some point been provided to them is not the same question as were they produced in response to this Open Records Act request, and if so, when? And so to the extent that's the conversation we're trying to have, that's allowable. And with that clarification, please go ahead.
Thank you. And I'm trying to be clear. So in regards to this request, what did you do to actually locate any records?
Received that particular open record request. I went through it. I cannot tell you if this particular request was elevated to me. I do know that I do not know what rebranding is. I do not know that I do not know what promotional material is. I do know that I responded to that. I cannot speak generally about this, specifically about this open records request, but I would have done to this request what I have done in all.
Did you ask for any clarification if you did not understand what the term promotional material or rebranding meant?
I will not, I've said this to the record and I'm gonna repeat this again. I'm not having a private conversation with you, Ms. Ashley Merchant. So no, I would not contact you. I am not going to email you. I am not going to talk to you to look at any clarification. I find you to be extremely disingenuous, so I won't talk to you. And clarifications don't require me to reach out to you. What it does for the open records request is require you to put me in a reasonably calculated situation to give you what you had. But let's be clear. If you think that I'm going to reach out to you and talk to you, I'm not.
The fourth request, critical mention, any payments, requests for payments, bids, or paying of critical mention. Did you do anything in regards to that request?
So we talked about critical mention.
Because I had to ask for it a third time. And so in regards to the third request, where I asked for the same check that we now have gotten from critical mention, but not from you, did you do anything?
So I'm going to repeat this for the third time. The critical mention came in on January 8th. On January 18th, I gave you 44 pages. On January 19th, you renewed the request. Again, the first request had 5 different things. On January 19th, you only elevated one thing. I assumed on January 18th, you got everything. Because when you don't have something, you elevated that one issue. I then worked to work on that one issue that was elevated. So to answer your question for the third time, no, I did not give you anything on January 18th. I assumed that the records was responsive and they were complete.
You gave no records in response to this request? None?
According to number 8, I said the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney in its normal course of business does not maintain responsive records. As such, we cannot produce the records you seek. Number 8.
I asked you what you did to locate the records to give me that answer. Who did you ask for records, if anybody, to give me that answer?
Let's go back.
Who did you ask, if anybody?
I have to see the request.
Give me that
This request was 5 different things. So if you, again, 1,000 requests, right? What we have discovered right here is all your requests came in from September and a lot came in January, right? So in this particular January, I have to go back to it to tell you what I did on these 5 open records requests. So if you can put those things back on the court, I can tell you.
Oh, I'm not asking about 5, I'm asking about number 8. It's open records, number 8. That's the only one I'm asking about.
Gotcha. So we can agree that number 8 corresponds to your open records request. The open records request seeks 5 things. If you can put those 5 things on the screen, I can answer your question as to relate what I did for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I can make 2 easy. As it relates to branding and promotional, I don't even know what you're talking about. So I told you, let's move on.
Merchant 0025. All right, here it is.
Number 1, outside counsel. That was a.
I'm not asking you about that, so we can move on. I haven't asked you about that.
Okay.
But in regards to number 2, I know you said you don't know what promotional material means, but what, if anything, did you do in response to try to find responsive documents for this?
Can I tell you what I did specifically? That's a conversation with staff, because my POV may be limited. What are promotional materials? I don't know. So I don't know what I did specifically. I don't know what. But what I did do is say that I do not have any process for hiring and bids for paying vendors for promotional material. I don't have that.
Number 3, rebranding. Any payments, requests for payments, process for hiring bids and paying vendors for rebranding material. Did you do anything in response to this request?
As a COO of the office, I know about bidding, and I know that there is no hiring or bids related to period. As to certain things. And then as it relates to rebranding specifically, I don't know what that is.
Did you do anything in regards to this request?
I've reviewed it, I accepted it, and consistent with the Open Records Act, I gave you a tracking number and I responded to it. So yes, me or my staff did something to this.
Did you do any searches or request any records in regards to this?
As it relates, I'm gonna say yes. You don't want to talk about number 1, but I'm pretty sure that I did a search because you have those responsive records. As it relates to number 2, promotional material, I told you I do not have process of hiring bids. It doesn't require me to do research on that. As a COO of the office, I know the answer to that question. As it relates to rebranding, I think the court and I can all agree, right, that this particular matter, I don't know what that is. As it relates to critical mention, I have discussed several times what my position is as it relates to critical mention. And as it relates to TDI, I did respond. There's no responsive records to that. So did I do something? Yes, I responded in compliance with the Open Records Act. That's what I did.
So my question was, what did you actually do to locate the records? Did you perform any searches?
There were no searches to perform outside of number 1. So I'm pretty sure I did a search for number 1. As it relates to number 2, there's no search because there's no process for hiring bids for promotional material.
So tell us what you did in regards to number 1 then, since you brought it up.
What I would do with any payments, because you requested a lot of payments, right, in previous open records. You requested a lot of contracts. That is something that I can pull as it relates to EMS and provide to you.
So in regards to number 1, can you tell us what you did?
Again, Your Honor, this is outside of the scope of what open record requests are at contention here. If we could just focus on the open records requests or the materials that are missing and that have not been provided.
Judge, I think you deserve an answer though that nothing was done.
Hang on. I'm gonna save you the time and trouble of making that argument and say, I agree with you that what he provided in response to this request isn't relevant, but the process that he followed, the effort that he made to respond to it versus others, or in a similar way as he made, as a process he followed to respond to others, I think is relevant, and so I'm gonna let him answer the question. Your objections are ruled.
Repeat the question, please.
In regards to request number 1, outside counsel, I requested a payment, request for payment, process for hiring bids, paying outside counsel, including the reference retraining, which was discussed during the Board of County Commissioners meeting in November 2023. You'll remember you appeared in front of them. There was a big discussion about this. What did you do in response to that open records, number 1?
I cannot recall specifically. I cannot recall.
Do you recall if you did anything in regards to this?
I can speak generally what I would have done. I cannot recall specifically as it relates to this request.
So how can you tell us that it's been fulfilled then if you don't know what you did?
Because as it relates to outside counsel, I cannot specifically tell you what I've done. Generally, for payments, I would have looked to see if there are any outside vendors, which you have asked me for via open records request, and I have supplied to you responsive records to this. So I don't know how to answer your question, and I cannot specifically talk about tracking number 11724.
What did you do to search for information about the retraining that was required during the Board of County Commissioners meeting? And do you remember attending the Board of County Commissioners meeting in November 2023?
I do.
And you remember there was a big discussion about the DA's budget for things, printing, promotional material, things like that.
That's not how it was reframed, but I do remember that I was present and I represented the office at that BLC hearing.
And the purchasing department had some concerns because you had quite a few outstanding debts or payments.
What department?
Purchasing.
Purchasing.
Sorry. Had concerns about all the spending for promotional material.
That's a mischaracterization of the purchasing department.
Okay, I don't want to get down into the weeds of what, because also there's an official record of what went down at the BFC meeting on whatever day, and if it ever becomes relevant, I can find it and listen to it and know what was said. So let's go.
Yes. Okay. What is relevant is what did you do in regards to when I asked for the communication that was referenced at that meeting? Purchasing said they had gotten with you on retraining your office about purchasing. I asked for that communication. It was referenced during that meeting. What did you do to find that?
That particular training was done by me and the CFO. It was a conversation between me and her. So there is no documents related to that particular training. It was done via Zoom. So that's how, again, I cannot tell you specifically what I did with this open records request. If the conversation is about this particular training, I can tell you what it was. I can tell you that your statement of the purchase department is mischaracterized, and I can tell you that there are no records related because that happened via Zoom and we had a conversation about how to proceed forward.
So you did nothing in regards to looking for correspondence about that, setting up that Zoom or anything like that?
I know I would not set up the Zoom, so no.
Let's move on to the forfeiture reports. So on January 16th, this is at Merchant 0019. January 16th, I requested reports and itemization for all property and funds obtained through forfeiture.
If you can, don't recall the characterization of that open records request. If you can allow me to see it, I will definitely bring you up to speed. Yes, familiar.
And this was submitted through the open records portal?
Yes. It appears it was submitted January 16th. Good job, staff. They responded. They gave you a tracking number on January 16th.
And the response, or the request was clear and concise, correct?
Actually, no, it was not.
So you didn't understand what I was requesting here?
No, I didn't, and I communicated that to you.
You communicated that. How'd you do that?
January 26th letter.
You communicated that you didn't understand what I was requesting?
If you can pull up the January 26th letter, I can reference what you're saying.
Sure. I'm a big thinker.
Do you have a physical copy of that letter you can give the witness? It's referenced enough
Yeah.
that having to stop and pull it up each time is.
Thank you. Thank you.
So before you go any further, is this the first time you responded to me in regards to this forfeiture request?
No.
Okay, well, you said that what I was asking for was not clear and concise.
That's correct. So, and I told you that, and you gave me this letter, and I'm about to tell you what I communicated. Is that fair?
So you're going to tell me where you told me it was not clear and concise?
Yes. Do you want me to tell you?
That'd be wonderful.
Let's look at the letter January 26th. I'm gonna direct your eyes to footnote number 1. Footnote number 1 reads, "We believe," emphasis on "we believe," "you are seeking the office's equitable sharing agreement and certificate. These records were filed in accordance with law, state and federal law." And I want you to, let's go back up to number 6, because you're talking about 011624. I say to you, responsive records are attached. So in this particular letter dated January 26th, I respond to your open records request number 6. I let you know that these records are attached. I give you a footnote, and that footnote lets you know we believe. And if I can, don't want to talk too much, but let me tell you why I believe what I believed. You want me to go there?
No, I mean, if there's something that's relevant to this, but I mean, this is the only response that you're saying you have, right?
For number 1, yes, as it relates to the office's equitable sharing agreement and what I believe that you're looking for, and I can tell you what I did to give you that.
Oh, okay, yes, that would be my next question. Well, that's jumping ahead. Give me one minute to get there. So this response to this one that you sent, and I don't have the date, you've got my copy. It was sent, I believe, January 26th, correct?
Yes, January 26th.
Okay. Can you pull up merchant 0018? So after that, on January 28th, we received something that says apologize for the delay. So after we received this letter, there was an apology for the delay and said that it was still pending.
I'm looking at, what date, January 28th?
January 28th.
January 28th, it reads, "This correspondence in response to response, we apologize for that, have additional time is needed to fulfill your request." January 28th, yes, it does appear that, if I can, on January 29th, it says, "All responsive documents were emailed to you on January 26th, 2024.
So I'm trying to take it one step at a time.
Understood.
My question is, on January 28th, 2 days after your letter, there was an open records response that said they apologized, that they needed more time, and that it was still pending, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
It appears to be, yes.
All right. Then after that, on January 29th, I received another response that said responsive documents were emailed to me.
On January 29th, and then it says it was emailed to you on January 26th prior. If I may, that was on about where the cyber attack was. So an effort to communicate to my staff, to all requesters, including you and 1,000 others, we wanted to make sure that everyone has a response that things have changed. So to me, you got a letter on January 18th. I responded to you via email on January 26th. My staff went around this time, hey, let me tell everybody that there is going to be a delay because I don't know what's going on with the cyber attack. On January 29th, it was all responsive documents were mailed to you on January 26th. So I want to clear up that.
Yes, and that's what I was trying to get at. So at that point, All you had given me was the equitable sharing summary, and you were saying that's all you have. That's all the responsive documents, correct?
Based on your open records request, that was all, all the documents, that's correct.
What efforts specifically did you do to locate the records I requested?
Oh, that was, I didn't know what you were talking about, but you said that this was filed with the county and local governing authority. So because it was filed with the county and local governing authority, I called the clerk. I said, hey, clerk, is there anything related to this particular account that I particularly filed?
So hold on, so you contacted the clerk in regards to this response?
Yeah, I contacted the clerk.
That's the clerk of court.
Clerk of BOC, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
The clerk of who?
Board of Commission. You said that I had filed with the Fulton County, a local governing authority. So because I'm taking you at your word, if this is something that I had filed with them, I called the clerk of the Board of Commission. I'm so sorry to say, hey, is there something that I filed with the clerk of the commission?
So when did you do that? When did you contact the clerk?
Probably any time between January 24th and January 26th when I responded to your letter, because I had to get the copy to provide to you on the January 26th letter.
And you spoke with the actual clerk?
I don't recall.
Was it by phone or was it by email?
Can't remember.
Did you use a county phone?
I can't remember.
Were you in your office when you made that call?
I can't remember.
Was it a woman or a man?
Your Honor, objection. The answer was to check with the clerk. That should be it. What is the relevance of the gender of the clerk? This is irrelevant.
It's argumentative.
Okay.
I understand what you're trying to do about what, maybe refresh his memory about who he spoke to, but you've made your point. Let's move on.
I'm trying to find out who it is so I can ask them. If they spoke, that's the only way I can ask that. But I'm not. So you talked with someone at the clerk and they said they don't have anything in regards to forfeitures?
That's not what they said. I said, hey, based on your request, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said that you can we pull up your request so we can read it verbatim?
What's up?
Okay, sorry, glasses off. Can we go down? I'm sorry. It says reports and itemizations that were required by law to be submitted to the county as a local governing authority, showing what was done with all property and funds obtained through forfeiture, including but not limited to reports showing the funds went and who was paid out of funds. That's what you did. What did I do? I called the clerk of court. I said, is there a report, clerk of commission, I'm sorry, clerk of board of commission. Is there something that I filed that deals with property and or funds related to forfeiture? They gave me the equitable sharing agreement. I gave it to you. In footnote 1, I said, we believe you are seeking the office's equitable sharing agreement and certificate. These records were filed. Again, I say responsive records are attached.
Who gave you the equitable sharing agreement?
I can't remember. I know who I called. I don't know who responded. I don't know, but I recognize that this was something that was filed with the local governing authority. It dealt with property, it dealt with forfeiture. I sent it to you free of charge. I do know that.
And did they send it to you by email?
I can't remember.
Were any other searches performed?
No, because at the time I gave you exactly what you was looking for. You looked for reports and itemization filed with the local governing authority. I called the county. I said, is there anything filed with this property and seizure? They said it's the equitable sharing agreement. Oh, here we are, responsive. Here you are, free of charge. Item number 6, address closed. So no other searches.
You did no other searches?
No.
So you didn't obtain the document that you filed, that you also had to file, talking about, the equitable sharing is the federal one. There's also a state one for state forfeiture funds. Did you file it? Did you search for anything in regards to that?
You educated me. Say it one more time.
There's a federal forfeiture law and a state forfeiture law. You have to file reports for both.
Did you say that in the open records request?
Did I tell you that you had to file reports for both?
No. You're distinguishing state versus federal, right?
No. You said you gave me the equitable sharing. Equitable sharing is a federal Department of Justice document. There's also a PAC document for forfeiture. 2 different funds, 2 different tracking.
Received.
Did you give me anything about the state tracking?
No.
You gave me the federal equitable funding.
Because that's what you asked for. You said, give me the documents that was submitted to the county, Fulton County, as the local governing authority.
They're
So-
both submitted to the county. My question is, you gave me the ones, the federal forms. Did you do any searches for the state forms that you are required to do for the county?
No, I did not. What I did do was call the clerk. The clerk said, I have a forfeiture account based, your open record says local government authority showing what was done with property and funds to forfeiture. It makes no mention of the distinction that you're drawing today. What you're drawing today is completely different. What I did say is say, hey, I have a point of reference, local governing authority. Let me call the local governing authority. They say, I do have something through forfeiture. I get it. It's responsive. I say in my footnote, we believe you're seeking this.
Okay, my question is, did you do any searches looking for the state documents? Any searches?
No.
Okay, can you pull up merchant 0571?
But why would I? No. The answer is no. And I would not have done that because you said filed with the county. So why would I then say, hey, I filed with this county, but maybe she wants to look for the state? I do not, you and I don't think alike, clearly.
Let's back up first. The federal forfeiture statute requires you to do a document called equitable sharing.
This news to me.
You file it every year as part of your job.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Assuming facts is not in the evidence, and is also
It's in evidence.
Ms. Marshall, let her give her objection.
yes, that is my objection.
I'm sorry, because of the crosstalk, I understood. Is your objection facts not evidence? Is that your objection?
It's not well, it assumes a fact that is not yet in evidence that he filed this every year.
Okay. So, I don't really think there's a dispute that the DA's office actually files this document every year because they do, but
But whether or not he filed it every year.
I was going to agree with you, right? That whether he has any knowledge of the DA's office's compliance and requirement to do so, I have no idea. But what I am going to back up to is I think you've asked, and he's answered multiple times, what effort he made to comply with that request. And I think his testimony is that he reached out to the clerk of the Board of Commissioners, and they shared with him information about this equitable sharing agreement. He believed that was responsive to your request, and so he identified it, produced it to you, and that was the end of what he believed was his response. That's what I understand to be the testimony at this point. And let's move on from here.
If you look at the merchant 05. And just so you know, our intention was to call Dexter Bond, who is the open records.
Whose job it is to answer open records act requests for the DA's office? Yes.
That was going to be our first witness. Our second witness was going to be
Huh. Is Mr. Sprinkle available right now?
we can find out.
Have him come over here.
Okay, this is good because this is in the YSL case. And in this case, this guy, DA Sprinkle, on the witness stand, typing on his computer and got caught. And they believe he was communicating with Love. And by the way, she wasn't in court when all of this went on about the ex parte conversation and Sprinkle. So we're going to see that it's only a few minutes. And I went on and cut that off because I don't know what the other end part of that is. And I'll find it and we can probably touch on it when we come back Wednesday. But they'll be back in session. So we know some weird stuff is going to be happening in the YSL case. And I don't know when Ashley and them are going back to court. They were supposed to went back on October the 2nd. but it was delayed for some reason. But these people are just really, really, really negligent, and they're showing how they don't know their job description. So we know they're not performing the job descriptions. And then to be getting, rewarded and getting accolades, talking about how fantastic they are and how great they're doing, then we know that too is all fabricated. It's really a travesty, to be honest, and it's awfully tragic, but it's really what's happening in cities everywhere. This is how things are being ran, and then they want to beat us down talking about vote. Okay. Let's listen to this, y'all. It's going to get really interesting with this ex parte conversation from the DA herself.
Your Honor, could I briefly address something?
Yeah.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I appreciate you forwarding to us the ex parte communications you received from Madam DA Fani Willis. Given the sensitivity and the history in this case of ex parte meetings or maybe communications, would you just please request the state? I understand probably what was behind that communications. Of course, it is great for a boss to buck up an underling who has perhaps been attacked or maligned, but I don't believe that, and I don't think the court does either, that the court should have been copied on that communications, especially one that reads maybe more like a campaign ad with a source story in it than anyway, I just don't believe it was appropriate, and I would just ask you to please ask the state to halt any future communications ex parte they might want to have with this court. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's a shame that the court would even have to say something like that. But can you all please communicate to everybody in the DA's office to not have any sort of ex parte communications with the court? And y'all may not even know what I'm talking about, because I don't think either of you was copied on that email. But Ms. Love was. Ms. Hilton, you were as well?
I do, Your Honor, and I don't know, I know exactly what you're talking about. I think we have a different perception of it, direct communication with the court, but we will make sure that.
But the court was copied on it. And it could have been an accident, but
Your Honor,
it should have been careful.
But the state did not have the initial conversation with the court. That was a community member, and it was very much a reply. Also, was not a direct communication with the court, but we understand the court's perspective. We understand what the court is saying.
Oh, excuse me. I just need to take issue with the fact that it wasn't a direct communication from the court. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Can you hear me now? I didn't mean to act like Max Sharp.
Why Max catching strays?
I take issue with any type of suggestion that this was not a direct communication with the court. It went from Madam DA Fani Willis to this court. It was a direct communication to this court. It was inappropriate. It was praising Georgia's RICO statutes to the court. Which, again, was not appropriate, Your Honor.
Frankly, I think it might be a good idea to print out the email and make it a court's exhibit to this record. But I think what Ms. Hilton was just saying was that the original communication was not from the district attorney's office. The original communication was I don't know who this person is or where in the world they are, but some member of the world, member of the public, emailing Miss Love directly, but copying several other people, the court included, because of course our email addresses are a matter of public record. And, you know, I basically ignored it and deleted it. But as you all know, because I forwarded the next communication to everybody, the elected DA, Ms. Willis, made a decision to respond and directed that response to Ms. Love, but kept everybody, including the person who had made the original email, communication, and the court on her response to Ms. Love. And I believe that to be ex parte, and that is the reason why as soon as I read it, I had Ms. Persifield forward it to all counsel, because I don't think that should be going on.
And I certainly appreciated that, Your Honor.
And the court really has ignored entirely the substance of the communication, because the court is not making any decisions based on whether I think the RICO statute is good or bad. That's not what judges do. The legislature enacts statutes. I apply them hopefully correctly.
And I have no
or
concern.
whether anybody thinks any attorney is doing a good or a bad job. I'm just sitting here trying to follow the law.
Yeah, and I'm not concerned about any impact on the court from that communication.
Yeah.
It's just the
Shouldn't be
communication
happening.
itself. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I'm not a lawyer, but it's day 142 in the YSL RICO trial, and that's how it started off. Shout out to Thugger Daily, because he posted this first, which is basically someone in the world sent this letter to Attorney Love, and here are some of the highlights from the letter. It says, "I have been watching your behavior for quite some time now, and I am wondering how you can be so bad at your job after all these years of experience. You are ruining your career and what is left of the reputation of the Fulton County DA's office. Please just rest this case, or you will get into so much more trouble. Maybe you are going to lose your job and will have issues in finding a new one because your unprofessional behavior and your haphazard and unorganized ways of working are on display for everyone to see. Please just do the right thing. Just stop it, Miss Love. Kind regards from Germany." So that letter was sent to Attorney Love, and then Fani Willis, the district attorney for Fulton County, responds to the letter, sending it to Miss Love, to the sender of the letter, and to the judge. And some of her letter says, "Please ignore this foolishness. As you know, the elected DA is extremely proud of you and believes you to be a huge asset to this office and our community. You have no chance of losing your job, and your service is greatly appreciated." Fani Willis then shares some kind of story about an Uber driver and a friend, and then she ends the letter saying, "I am asking of you to continue to focus on justice and ignore the haters. I'm extremely proud of you. Now go make it an amazing day." This is the wildest case. Oh, and then after that happens, Mr. Sprinkle shows up. Here's how that goes.
And Mr. Sprinkle is here, Your Honor, if you wanted to.
Okay.
He just walked in.
Hi. Can you take the stand for me? You're still under oath, and I'm going to recall your attention to, I think it was the last day of your testimony, but it was, there was a laptop on the witness stand, and you accessed it.
Yes.
And you actually did that without anybody asking you to, or asking the court's permission. But can you tell me what all you looked at on the laptop?
Yeah, I had my supplement, that 140-page document, and I also had some of the stuff that I pulled during the case. Everything that's already been turned over in discovery, just in case I need to refresh my recollection. But primarily, it was just it was a digital version of the report that I had on the stand. That was it. So I could do word searches. So if I was asked a question, I wouldn't have to be flipping through pages and looking for things.
Okay. Was there any point in time when you accessed anything else other than that report and the files that were connected to that?
No.
Okay. Did you in any way read any communication that came in at any time from anybody?
No, I wasn't communicating with anybody. I didn't have email open or anything like that. All I was looking at was the report and the digital media, like the discs that I brought to the stand with me, that stuff that was on the discs and the stuff that was turned over in Discovery. That was it.
All right. We may call you back at some point with regard to this a motion that has just been filed after lunch. Are you going to be around this afternoon? And I don't know whether you'd be needed for that or not. Haven't read it in detail, nor do we have a response from the state yet. But would you be available this afternoon if we need you?
Well, I'm just one floor up, Your Honor, and
Okay,
peel
and
away.
I don't know, like I said, whether you'll be needed or not. But all right, thank you.
Okay.
So we are off to a great start on day 142 of the YSL RICO trial. Great start.
It is still day 142, and they've just started getting into evidence regarding the second unaliving in this indictment, which has to do with the unaliving of Shymel Drinks.
Miles Farley, Demekion Garlington, Quamarvius Nichols, and Shannon Stillwell are all charged with this homicide, which happened on March 14th, 2022.
A couple days after Shymel Drinks was found unalive, there was a police chase. And so the state is trying to get in some of that evidence. And so that's what they're going over.
There is helicopter video footage as well as footage from a dash cam. And you're going to notice that Whitaker is basically saying, we don't need the full video. Just get to the relevant parts.
So this video, so to orient the court, is on March 17, 2022. This is 3 days after the Drinks homicide.
Okay.
One of the gang investigators is at the Chick-fil-A on Cleveland Avenue. This car is a suspect vehicle at this point.
Okay.
And
which is the white Audi?
The white Audi is a suspect vehicle. And while at the Chick-fil-A, the investigator's getting his lunch, maybe Mr. Stillwell, they're getting their food, and that begins a low-speed, high-speed chase. When the helicopters start going, Mr. Stillwell gets out of the parking lot. He does not get his food, and they go on a chase. He goes the wrong way up streets, and he eventually gets to a home where he runs into a yard. He throws his phone away. We're able to subsequently apprehend that phone. They throw this bag of drugs away that's seen from the helicopter. They throw a book bag away that's seen from the helicopter. That book bag is subsequently recovered. It has drugs inside of the book bag. And so this is evidence of that. Yes, because what it's showing is that they're focusing on finding the target vehicle and getting ready to be able to assist the officers on the ground with where the car is going.
Okay, so get back to us with a much condensed version of this.
Where?
Y'all are going to want this sound, right? So are these people trying to get to where the Audi is?
A number of details come
Yeah, I mean, is there an Audi in? Right. So these are officers who are like, oh, I can help with this chase. Let me get to this area.
He's directing them to where they are now.
Right. Okay. And so why would it be relevant? We're just watching it all now, but this part is not anything you're going to offer. right? Okay. Can you skip to the part that, okay. Those GSP cars go fast. This is not a chase, but it's definitely high speed.
There was a gun back there. There was a gun in the street. I'm gonna go back and get it. Motorway and Meadowlark. Meadowlark, the west Meadowlark. Meadowlark running off foot.
And do we know whether this is the same route that the Audi took?
Yes, the Audi is, we know from the same route.
Y'all get that gun? Huh? Did y'all get the gun?
I'll get my
Through the fence to the right of the house, Revale. It was in the street.
The house where is on this street.
They're gonna testify?
Tony, you out there? Did you get an update? I'm trying to get to where they're running to.
Takes it and gives it to law enforcement. That gun is significant because
Do we see the gun on the camera ever? Okay, let's skip to that part.
Numbers on motorway, maybe. Might be.
I do.
I don't know yet. Did they say they tossed the gun? But this is the gun. They're on around the curve.
All right.
I don't know what they want me to do with this. Right there with it.
People who said
Now, they also talked about Rodalius Ryan today and trying to get in some evidence that is related to him. They played some videos and ciao.
This was posted on February 21st of 2019. The murder was February 23rd. The state believes this is unique and relevant because one of the timing, and two, the person he is adding is who we talked about earlier.
Okay, last thing to note for today is that Ashley Merchant, who represents Martinez Arnold, sent a letter to Attorney Love today. And shout out to Thugger Daily because he posted it first. And context, Martinez Arnold, aka Duke, is one of the co-defendants in this case, and he accepted a plea deal in December of 2022. Well, Ashley Merchant sent the letter to the state, basically putting them on notice that, according to her, material witness warrants cannot be issued for people who live in the state. So if you remember, Quandarius Zachary was arrested and jailed under a material witness warrant. And Ashley Merchant is saying, when you live in the state, you cannot be arrested under that type of warrant. And so she says, if you try that with my client, well, let me read exactly what she says. Quote, if you choose to ignore the foregoing law and seek a material witness warrant for Mr. Arnold, we are putting you on notice of our intent to pursue all remedies provided for false arrest and confinement. We truly hope that is not necessary. Don't that sound like the legal version of F around and find out? In this letter, Ashley Merchant also reminds the state that per the plea agreement that her client signed, he is able to plead the fifth on the stand. Well, that's another day in this never-ending trial. They'll be back next week.
Okay, so here's that letter, and what happened was, they've arrested several of their witnesses, and the ones that they've arrested, like I stated, well, a couple of them were not on any paper or parole or anything, so they couldn't really do nothing to them. But the ones that they believe are the most dangerous, and it's not just a belief, because of the crimes that they went to prison for, shows they're, the ones that's the hitters, as they call them, steppers. And they are on immunity plea bargains. And Ashley's client, he has an Alfred plea, which states that I'm not saying I'm guilty, but you may have enough where you could probably find me guilty. And so they're getting ready to call him to the stand, and so Ashley's putting them on notice. So this was October the 9th, 2024, Fulton County District Attorney's Office, Miss Adrian Love, Assistant District Attorney, in reference, State of Georgia versus Williams, ETAL, witness Martinez Arnold. Dear Miss Love, I hope you are well. Please allow this to follow up on our prior discussions in connections with Mr. or Martinez Arnold's testimony in the trial of State versus Williams, ETAL. Given that the state has sought arrest warrants in connection with other witnesses, I wanted to proactively reach out to you regarding the scheduling of Mr. Arnold's testimony so that we may avoid any last-minute scheduling issues and avoid a legally improper material witness warrant issuing for Mr. Arnold. In an effort for full transparency, I am copying the court and known defense lawyers on this communication. I understand the state would like to speak with Mr. Arnold prior to him taking the stand at trial, but Mr. Arnold did not agree as part of his plea negotiations to allow the state to interview him. He provided testimony as part of his plea colloquy, and the state was free then to inquire of him, and it did. As a result, Mr. Arnold declines the state's invitation to talk with the state again prior to his trial testimony. In connection with his anticipated trial testimony and as part of the plea negotiations in December 2022, I requested two things. Number one, that the state honor my leaves as Mr. Arnold's counsel of record, and number two, that the state give Mr. Arnold and me advance notice of his trial testimony so that I could comply with my legal obligation during pursuant to notice of his trial testimony. Oh no, I think I just read that. Pursuant to Superior Court Rule 17.1, which requires that I provide other courts with at least 7 days notice of any conflicts. To be clear, my continued request for advance notice of the date the state anticipates calling Mr. Arnold is in no way a suggestion that he will not abide by. Let me see where that stops at. Abide by. I'll be able to see it. Let me just hide this so I can see where I am. Okay, there it is. Comply with the terms of his plea. I don't see nothing about no abide by. Oh, there it is. Okay. Is no way a suggestion that he will not abide by the terms of his negotiated plea. He intends to comply with the terms of his plea, just as I hope you will comply with our agreement that you would provide me with advance notice of the date of his testimony. While I have not followed the proceedings closely, I understand that the state recently has sought material witness warrants for certain witnesses, and my belief is that the state has done so without legal authority. I believe the state's arrest of Quindarius Zachary on September the 16th, 2024 constituted a false arrest and would give rise to civil action against you and others who effectuated his arrest. The order your office presented for Judge Whitaker to sign references an application for an arrest warrant for a material witness with the criminal offense of OCGA 17790. That statute, however, does not apply to witnesses, but only applies to criminal defendants and whether they appear for their own case. I should say their own cases. For these reasons, I am writing proactively to ensure you do not improperly seek a material witness warrant for Mr. Arnold. If you do, we intend to seek all remedies under the law, as I outlined below. As I am sure you understand, there is no mechanism to obtain a material witness warrant for an in-state witness, but the state recently has sought such warrants for in-state witnesses. Material witness warrants are permitted in two instances. First, pursuant to OCGA 17725, attendance of witness. A court of inquiry shall have the same power to compel the attendance of witnesses as in other criminal cases, as set forth in the subject to all of the provisions of Chapter 13 of Title 24 at any location where the court shall conduct a hearing, providing that notice is given at least 24 hours prior to the hearing. A court of inquiry may order the arrest of witnesses if required to compel their attendance. OCGA 17720 explains that a court of inquiry is a court with the criminal jurisdiction of a magistrate to examine an accusation against a person legally arrested and brought before him or her. These provisions clearly do not provide for the issuance of a material witness warrant before a superior court conducting a criminal trial. The second instance that a material witness warrant may be issued is when a witness is from without the state, pursuant to the Uniform Act to secure attendance of witness from without the state. OCGA 241390 ETL. As Mr. Arnold is not a witness from without the state, this provision also does not provide for the issuance of a material witness warrant for Mr. Arnold. While the court retains the power to compel the attendance of witnesses, that power is enforced by attachment for contempt and not a material witness warrant. OCGA 241326. Subpoenas are enforceable by attachment for contempt and by a fine not to exceed $300 and or imprisonment not exceeding 20 days. ID. In all enforcement cases, the court will consider whether, under the circumstances of each case, the subpoena was served within a reasonable time, but in any event, not less than 24 hours prior to the time that the witness's appearance was required. ID. See also OCGA 1513. Provides general powers to the court to enforce the compliance with its process. Clearly, let me get back down to clearly. Okay, clearly, the state has no power to seek a material witness warrant for an in-state witness at a trial before a Superior Court judge. I thought I just read that. The only power the state has is to compel the attendance of a witness to contain an OCGA 241326, which is not applicable at the time Mr. Arnold is willing to appear, even without a subpoena. While district attorneys typically enjoy immunity for acts undertaken in connection with their court-related duties, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals recently denied absolute prosecutorial immunity for a Fulton County district attorney who obtained a material witness warrant for a witness and then failed to recall the warrant after the witness testified. And that's Cass v. Fulton County, Georgia, 40 F. 4th, 1289. That's when he got it out. No, 1289. That's the part of the law. 11th Circuit, 222. The court held that the arrest and confinement of the witness had nothing to do with conducting a prosecution of the state, and the district attorney did not have to engage in advocacy to initiate the warrant's recall, but only needed to notify the judge, ID. Therefore, the district attorney did not have immunity for the false arrest and confinement of this witness under a material witness warrant, ID. If you choose to ignore the foregoing law and seek a material witness warrant for Mr. Arnold, we are putting you on notice of our intent to pursue all remedies provided for false arrest and confinement as outlined in the case decision. We truly hope that it is not necessary. I wish again to make clear that Mr. Arnold intends to comply with his obligations under his plea agreement, which included his rights against self-incrimination under the Fifth Amendment and the right to have me present in the courtroom with him when he is questioned by the state. I am simply requesting that the state, as it agreed to do, provide me with advance notice for his testimony and honor his privilege against self-incrimination. Though we have not been able to talk about this in person, given our schedules, I hope this clarifies my position regarding Mr. Arnold's testimony. And I look forward to your anticipated cooperation. Yours truly, Ashley Merchant. And Ashley CC'd everybody. The judge, Simone Hilton, Adam Abadi, Brian Steele, Keith Adams, Max Short, Doug Weinstein, Jay Abbott, Bruce Harvey, Curtin Matthews, Lamar Gardner, and the Honorable Angela D. Williams. And so there you have it. It's getting good, y'all. I mean, something is going to have to give. I don't know if y'all look at the Black Law Student, but I have in this chat, and because, I have so little people, you can stroll back up to the very, and I mean scroll, I'm talking about stroll. You can scroll back. I'm getting sleepy, y'all. I don't know if y'all can tell, but I kind of start saying stuff and doing stuff that just don't make sense. But you can scroll back up and you can see a lot of links that I put in there, and those links are to the people that I look at when I'm not looking at Cat, or if I'm not looking at my love stories on the Chinese and Korea movie set. Those are some great little movies. I really enjoy them. I kind of know everything that's going to happen on every last one of them. So, sometimes I have to stop looking, just give me a break. But it's like today's soap operas, really. but it has a little teaching in it if you want to learn something. And then you don't have to learn anything. You can just watch and laugh like I do sometimes. But I want to thank everybody that came and actually stayed with me for this time. I really didn't think I was going to be on that long. And here we are at 4 hours and 41 minutes. So I'm going to get ready to close this one out. Again, I thank everybody who came. Please hit the like button if you forgot. And if you don't mind, say something in the comments section. Share the video. Join the membership. Subscribe to the channel. I'm here every Wednesday and Sunday. And I try to be here at 8:30, but lately I've been coming about 8:40 Central Standard Time. And, sometimes I say I'm going to break the monotony and just come at other times. I've been doing this faithfully for going on 3 years. And I think it's because of the way that I mix up my conversations. I don't really have just a set niche, as they called it. So people come and people go. But one thing I love about people, they are very committed when they're here. And I greatly appreciate that. And I'm committed because it's my purpose to help uplift fallen humanity. And I do the best that I can. So on that note, I love my little old songs that I sing. And my little children are the future. And I gave y'all a concert the other night. I understand people were very upset about it, but I had a good time, and actually 2 people stayed in here with me the whole time. I went crazy playing all the songs that I made. And that was on the one that I did Wednesday. At the end of the video, if you don't want to, see the whole 5 hours, just go back about 20 minutes. Those are my songs that I sung to help me get through some real sad, horrible days when I was being bullied on YouTube. But I'm here to stay. I enjoy it. I thank you. I'm so happy to see you, Regina M. And everybody that came by and wrote in the chat. Chris, I'm happy to see you. And the Unicorn Savage. Savages, thank you so very much. And it doesn't matter who you are, because, everybody love to tell us we don't know each other, and we don't. So it doesn't matter who you are. I still appreciate you and thank you for spending your time with me. Asatar, I know you out there dashing somewhere in LA. Maria came by. She's been working awfully hard. But we had a good time, and so I appreciate everybody. Have a beautiful, beautiful beginning of your week and a good night's sleep. I'm getting sleepy, but as soon as I get out of here, I know I'm going to wake up, and so I'm going to look at the rest of my movie I was watching before I had to do my show. Y'all, I be so into this stuff that I swear I be forgetting to do my show. I'm looking at these movies. And some of them, they start out speaking English and then they turn into whatever language. I don't know if it's Mandarin or what. I really don't know what those people saying. But they have, the caption so in English. So I just sit there and look at the show and read the caption and laugh and have fun. And Regina said, well, my dear Toothless Tiger, great commentary as usual. Thank you for keeping us updated on this. It's my time to bid everyone a good night. Until next time, Wednesday. Make it a wonderful Monday. Okay. Suggestions. You can split this live up into shorts and you can add timestamps for each subject highlight area. Yeah, I seen that, but I think that's going to be a lot of work for me to do. But I did just read. I've been reading and looking in the YouTube studio, and I'm finally learning how you can put your videos in order on your page, how I see some people's stuff. I told you, it's some certain things I just don't like. Technology is one of them. So I got a editing system here, but because it seems so convoluted to my brain, and it's maybe just because I don't like it. I'm pretty good at learning stuff, but I'm a hands-on person. Somebody got to be here showing me. and then I get it. But some stuff, I don't care what it is because I don't really have an interest in it. But I am going to try to do that because I see a lot of the other people, that's what they do. They take their long videos and break them down. So they, have reusable now where we can stop and start in the same video. So I learned how to do that, but I haven't learned how to, and I do have a system that I use, but the video has to be less than, I think, 3 hours. So yeah, I'll be working on that, Regina, one day maybe. Maybe not. One thing I always say, I can never envy anybody for what they do and how far they go and all that, because I was taught as a kid, envy no one, because you might not be willing to pay the price that they're willing to pay to get what they have. And it doesn't matter what that price is, but it may be something you're not willing to do. And so when you know yourself, you just be true to yourself. And I guarantee you, if you're true to yourself, you'll be true to everybody else. Even though we all have the same desires and the same likes and the same wants, we got to put in the same work in order to get the same result. And if we don't do that, then that's not going to happen for us. And some people can wake up and voila, it happens overnight. And I don't live my life waiting for that, because if I had a gazillion dollars, all I would do is give it away trying to help somebody. But my living condition probably would be a little bit better. But I don't have no complaints. I have a beautiful life, and it's nothing I want for, to be real honest. But to live till I'm 104 like my grandmother. And that's about it. But I want to see, I want to hear, and I still want to be able to be mobile like I am today. I don't want to lose anything in order to gain 104. But I would love to just see the babies growing up. And I think we all want to do that. And the babies are my great nieces and nephews. And now they have babies. And things of that nature. I don't really go a lot of places. I don't know anywhere I really want to go. Nothing I really want to do. I might go out and eat. Any members or anyone in the chat, if you have a massage envy in your town, you can send me an email and let me know if you want to go. All it takes is for me to transfer one over in your name. And you just got to have your name and number in their system. I don't have to know anything else. But I have so many, and I can only give away one a month. So please know that it is available for my members. And I've been trying for a long time. I've given away about 6 or 7. And everybody enjoyed them. But you can only give away one a month and only 2 to the same person. You have to do it once every 6 months. So on that note, thank you, Regina. Thank you so much, Regina. I love you dearly. Appreciate all your encouragement and your suggestions. And everybody else, good night. Have a beautiful one. And we know the children are our future. So let's go out on that one. The greatest love. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love.